See if it's coming through in a sec. All right, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to close this. All right, welcome to the very first. Just move that around there. All right, welcome to the very first Fury Garage Academy stream. So basically, what these streams are intended to do is when we go through our build process, which I'll walk through today with you, I lay out a whole bunch of different steps, and one of those major steps is research. And unfortunately, I don't know how to teach research. I've thought about it a lot, and I couldn't really come up with an accurate or consistent way to convey that across to an audience. So I thought the best way to do it would be to just do the research myself and show you the steps that I take. So hopefully you can emulate it based on that. Now, if you've got your own style of research, the way that you go about it, that's fine. You can just do that yourself. But for me, I've got a very tried and true method, I guess, that I sort of just fumble through every time, and it seems to work. So without too much ado, we shall begin. So just to begin with, what you're seeing right now is Facebook Marketplace. So the majority of my searching and research starts with Facebook Marketplace. The main reason for that is in Australia and in the area that I live, it's quite densely populated. So there's a lot of people that are selling vehicles and whatnot, or just parts in general, nearby where I live. As a result, I can cast quite a wide search area. So you can see on the left here above my head, it says within 200 kilometers. So that's pretty much encompasses the entirety of southeast Queensland, from Toowoomba to the Sunshine Coast down to the Gold Coast. So that's a pretty serious search area of like 5 major cities or 4 major cities. So actually maybe, anyway, a lot of major cities. But the point with that is it sort of encompasses quite a wide area that gives us the best chance of capturing some good parts and some good deals. Now, if you live in a more rural area, you may need to resort to things like eBay, or depending on where you are, eBay Motors, as well as local classified ads or speaking to wreckers or farmers or whatever you can really get your hands on. It's all about how creative you can be. For me, Marketplace is the move. Now, obviously Marketplace comes with its own hurdles. There's some, ads that are up, like for example, this top left one, Holden HR parts free. Looks like a 2-speed power glide to me, and I can guarantee those are not free. So you got to deal with some idiots that don't list prices. So trying to get an accurate idea of what it is you want to buy and how much it's going to cost can be a little difficult, but we just roll with the punches, make our best estimates as best we can, and keep moving forward. So we'll start with the build plan. So I'm just going to move this plan across to this main screen here. So if you've done Fury Garage Academy before, you will know about the old build plan. So this is a document I threw together, and basically whenever I build a car, I build it in my head instead of on paper, but that's just me figuring stuff out as I go. For you, this piece of paper is basically what I put together in my head. So we're going to work through this together and come up with a build plan for, as you can see in the top left, an EH Holden. Now, an EH Holden is it's a 1963 to I think 65 Holden, which is an Australian General Motors derivative, but Holden was initially, like, it was an all Australian company, and then General Motors bought it out in I don't even know what year. As a result, they have their own unique line of cars. So the EH was sort of, depending on who you ask, sort of the start of the like sportier Holdens. So prior to that, it was like the EK and the FB and all that sort of stuff, and they're cool in their own right, but the EH sort of streamlined it down to a sedan, not one of those bulbous sort of 50s looking cars. It had 4 doors, engine in the front, wheels in the back, all that sort of normal stuff, but you could hot them up. They had lots of trim part choices that you could go with. So it became quite an interesting car that people like to modify. Now, the reason I've chosen the EH is because my old man was into cars when he was a teenager, and I grew up listening to all the stories that he used to tell about his Go Fast EH, or as he called it. So this EH is actually I'm just going to bring a photo over here, is the picture that you saw on the stream. So this is his actual car when he was a teenager. And this is a photo of it. So to my understanding, this is just before it went to get repainted. So you can see it's missing a lot of parts. It doesn't have very nice wheels on it. But the general gist of what he used to tell me was, it was blue and white. It had the 14 or 13 inch or 14 inch chromies, depending on which ones he had at the time. It had spotlights in the front here where this grille is, and the reason for that is because when they would modify these cars, they would jack the rear up to give it a more aggressive stance, and here's one of those spotlights there. And when he jacked the rear up, it would point these headlights down at the ground, so you wouldn't be able to see very far ahead. And because you're running around at night, there you go, there's the jacked up stance. Because you're running around at night, you need to see quite a ways ahead. So having the little spotlights on the grill or in front of the grill there, you could angle those more up so you could see further into the distance. So just little things like that that I never knew about, and it seems quite illogical to me because obviously modern cars don't have those problems. But back in the day, you sort of had to come up with creative solutions. So this is what I grew up hearing about when it comes to cars. Dad would always tell me that, you know, he lived in Warwick in the 70s, I guess. He was driving around in one of these, and, you know, it was always the fastest car, and he'd race everyone, and, you know, all these stories that you get told as a kid. And to me, whilst they never enticed me to get into cars, it was always something that I don't know, I just dreamt about. It's like, oh, you know, the cool Go Fast EH. It was the cool car that my dad had. I'm sure everyone's experienced the fastest car their dad ever had. Now, arguably, this thing was probably pretty slow, but in my head, it was always the fastest thing out, and I'm sure in Dad's head it was too. So over the years, telling me stories, I managed to piece together this car in my head, and thankfully my dad's still around, so I can ask him questions, and he can, you know, help with the build and everything, so that we can build one of our own, or I can build one of my own that he can enjoy with me. So the going back to the build plan, so the use of the vehicle, or the inspiration for the vehicle, I guess. Actually, give me a second. Sorry, this is going to be bouncing around all over the place while I get straight in my head exactly how to share this with you all. So just stand by. I'm just logging into Fury Garage Academy, and I will bring up one of the builds and we'll run through the major steps that I take. So stand by. Hopefully, you know, I know I've got no viewers at the moment, but I had 2, so that's a good start. You know, 2 viewers in the first 10 minutes of the stream. I think I'm doing pretty well. So hopefully they come back at some point. All right, here we go. So we go to builds. All right. So if you become a member of Fury Garage Academy, this is the page you'll start on with builds. So basically it talks through all the different things in the builds and blah, blah, blah. All right, so let's go to the super build. So if we hit start now, it takes us to this one. Yep, all right, great. Let's watch. Okay, yep, watch. All right, so this build, we're not going to follow it. We're just going to use the rough, you know, course introduction. All right, so steps, build planning. Let's jump into this. What sort of build do you want to achieve? Okay, so that's the first question I'm sort of asking myself for this. So the sort of build that I want to achieve in this instance is I want to try and emulate this EH Holden that my dad had when he was a kid. And the main reason for that is to just, you know, I want to relive that with my dad. We're both into cars, but we're both into very different cars. And I feel like this is a good way to bridge that gap. I build the car that he used to have as a kid, and then we get to enjoy it together. Now, conveniently, today is the 13th of January, 2024. In Easter, so that's April 2025, there is an event called the EH All-State Run. So EH being this type of car, and then All-State being every state in the country. They all meet in a venue in one of the states in Australia. So you'll get a whole bunch of people from all around Australia driving their EHs to, usually it's some sort of rural area, or, you know, it can be a major city. I've only been to one, to be perfectly honest, but it was an amazing event. We went down to Echuca and had such a great time, and I just wished that I had my own EH there. So my dad had his EH, my uncle had another EH of ours that he was driving, and it was just a great 4-day whatever. Now this all-state run in Easter is in Tasmania. So we're going to truck the cars down to Melbourne, fly down, pick them up from the depot, and then drive them onto the Spirit of Tasmania, take the boat across to Tasmania itself, and then drive around Tasmania. Now, I don't know the exact itinerary or route, but I think we're just starting it. Now, let me see if I can quickly bring up a map for you. Tasmania. So let's have a look, see. I probably should have just gone to maps. That's better. All right, so that's Tasmania. For those of you that don't know, because you're international, this Brisbane is roughly where I live. So to drive from Brisbane to Tasmania is, I think it's 18 hours to here, and then another 3 to there. So what's that? 21 hours non-stop if you go quickly through all the back roads at night with no traffic. So that's, say, 24 hours to Melbourne with stops. That's a huge drive. And these old cars just, I mean, sure, they could probably do it, but they're not really cut out for it. It's just too hard on them. So driving 24 hours to Melbourne is monstrous in and of itself. Actually, that being said, when we did the first all-state run, it was down in Echuca, which is here. So that's just north of Melbourne. So my dad and mum drove my dad's EH wagon from Brisbane all the way down to Echuca. So he made it to Sydney and the alternator stopped charging. So then we had to, the generator stopped charging. So then we had to convert it from a generator to an alternator. And one of the EH club members was gracious enough to lend us his because his car wasn't going to be able to make it. So we changed that in Sydney. And then he continued to drive, and the next stop was in Albury. I think he made it to probably just south of this Wagga exit, maybe near Holbrook there. So he did a pretty decent chunk of drive, and I think the alternator stopped charging because the one the gentleman gave us, for whatever reason, just decided to stop. I can't remember what the actual issue was, but anyway, so he almost made it from Sydney to Albury and didn't quite, just broke down around Holbrook. So then I had to drive. I was in the support car, so I was driving a Land Cruiser with a trailer. So I had to leave Albury, drive back to Echuca, towards Holbrook, and pick him up, drive him to Albury. Then we spent the next day fixing the car, which was a nightmare in and of itself. And then we drove from Albury to Echuca. And the drive from Albury to Echuca was the trouble-free drive. And I was at the back, so it was the two EHs in front and then me at the back. And I was so jealous for the entire drive because it just looked like so much fun. There's just something about cruising with the boys in all the cars that you built and all this hard work. And it's one of those feelings you can't replicate in any other way. So point is, that drive was not even as long as the drive to Melbourne, and we broke down twice and had to get towed 3 times. Like, it was ridiculous. It was just lucky we had the support car there. So anyway, so that's to there. And then from Melbourne, it's about a 12-hour boat trip from Geelong. You leave from, like, down here at Torquay or something. You jump on the Spirit of Tasmania and you go over the Bass Strait, which is a pretty cool name. And you arrive down here in Devonport, I think, somewhere there. Anyway, so we'll go from Devonport. I think we've got family that lives somewhere around here, but to my understanding, you're aiming for like Hobart. Obviously, that's the capital of Tasmania, so the majority of the cruises are going to sort of go to there. So we'll leave from Devonport, drive through here for a week or so, end up wherever the all-state run starts. I think it's like a 4 or 5 day event, so we'll have fun there, and then once it's finished, we'll jump back on the road and drive a different way back up here to Devonport to leave. So it'll be like a 3-week stint in Tasmania, I suspect, and we'll try and make the most of it. One of the people that's coming with us is my cousin Martin, who's actually also the one who's going to help me build this car. So he used to live in Tasmania. So when we head down, I'm sure he's got people and friends and places that he'd like to visit, take us to, whatever. And we'll also build an itinerary. So we hit as many awesome spots as we can on the way, have a great time at the EH All-State event, and then head back. And it'll just be cars back on the boat. We'll catch the boat back over to Geelong, shove them back on a truck, heading back north, and we'll fly back and meet them back in Brisbane. So not putting unnecessary Ks on the car, although a road trip adventure is absolutely my shtick. I don't think it's reasonable. And I would hate to, hit a kangaroo or, blow a tire and roll or do something stupid and either kill myself or kill a car before we even make it over to Tasmania to enjoy the event. So that's the main all-state run, which is what we're building the car for. And then the actual car we're building is aiming to not replicate, but I guess emulate my old man's EH. So let's go back to our build sheet. Oh, no, we don't want that one. We'll get rid of that. Supra, resources, nope. Lost it already. This one here. Here we go. Okay, so use of vehicles. So it will be basically a street cruiser. ASR, so all-state run 2025 TAS. And then emulate old man's car. Okay, so they're the 3 main things that I want to hit. So breaking those down a little bit more, obviously a street cruiser is something that you want to be safe, reliable, and comfortable. If it's not those things, you will hate the car. Now, I understand that everyone wants a race car, and I want a race car too. I love race cars. They're a lot of fun. Now, as an example, if you've followed Fury Garage for a while, you would have seen me build my R31 wagon. Now, that wagon started as my Uncle Mark's car. Actually, no, it started as my Uncle Colin's car, who daily drove it forever. Then he sold it to my Uncle Mark, who daily drove it forever and used it as a work vehicle. And when Mark had it, he did things like the exhaust and the stereo and little bits and pieces, but nothing crazy. And then when I got it, I went absolutely retarded. I mean, absolutely crazy. I put in coilovers, S13 front suspension, S13 front brakes. I put coilover, Angry Industry coilover rear suspension. I changed a bunch of bushes. I put in like 3 different engines. I manual swapped it. I took the gas off. I got rid of an alarm system, put a different stereo in it. What else did I do? I repainted the engine bay like 3 times. Throughout that whole process, I'm blowing gearboxes, I'm blowing engines, I'm blowing diffs, I'm blowing tail shafts. I converted it to a single piece tail shaft. So there was so much stuff. When I converted to the S13 front suspension, that was a whole thing with knuckles and lower control arms and brake lines and just heaps and heaps and heaps of work. The point is, doing all that, I learnt a lot about the right way and the wrong way to modify cars. If you do it the right way, they're enjoyable and they're pleasant to drive and all that sort of stuff. If you do it the wrong way, it just turns into a race car with like a stripped interior and a bucket seat that you don't fit in, that no one else can ride in. And it's noisy and it's clunky and it sucks. And the last iteration I did of this car was when I went to halfway hangs in 2020, I think. Yeah. So I thrashed the car together and it was turboed, and when I lowered the rear, I wasn't happy with the diff angle, so I put some RB factory upper control arms into the car, which for the rear, which meant that the sorry, just adjusting this, which meant that the upper link bushes were gone, and now they were solid. They were like aluminium spaces to set the arms correctly, and those aluminium spaces ended up just transferring any noise, vibration, harshness from the road and from the diff straight up into the body. Now, to add insult to injury, I put a mini spool in the diff, which meant that it was completely locked. So every corner you went around, it was bang, crash, shutter, scrape, all this sort of stuff. So going to and from the event was great because we had a great time. It was a reliable diff. I knew the suspension and geometry was correct, and we just had a great time. It was amazing. Then I came back to reality, and I got a job, obviously 2020 COVID, you know, the whole deal. I got a job working in the city as a mortgage broker. And so I would drive from where I lived to the city, and it was about nearly an hour, depending on traffic. Actually, during COVID, it was great. It was like less than half an hour, but with traffic, it can get up to an hour and a half. I was just driving in every day, and some of these roads are really bumpy, and it's just shaking my teeth out because it's got stiff suspension, and now it's all getting transferred straight through to the body. So it was very noisy and harsh and uncomfortable. It was also shaking the car to pieces. You know, having all that vibrational noise and whatnot getting transferred into the car can slowly degrade your pinch welds and all the suspension pickup points and stuff because it's just stiffer. So something has to yield, and usually that's going to be the body if the suspension won't. So that's why you see race cars are all stitch welded. That's to give them more strength and stiffness, and also to stop them failing. So anyway, as a result, I was driving this car to and from work every day, and it's shaking my teeth out. It was horrible. So I went to race car with my street car. As a result, I retired the car and parked it up and built a Stagio, which is much more comfortable. But then the fuel prices went up and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, we're not getting into that. Moral of the story is, if it's a street cruiser, don't put in like solid suspension. Don't put in solid engine mounts. Just keep in the back of your mind, this needs to be comfortable, this needs to be tolerable, and it needs to be able to put your mum in it. So if the exhaust is loud, figure out a way to make it quiet, or at least be able to choose if it's going to be loud or quiet when you drive it, so that it's tolerable for passengers that don't have a tolerance for race cars. That way you get to enjoy it, and so does all your friends and family, and it's still usable. All right, so that's street cruiser aspect down. So ASR Tasmania, that one's pretty obvious. You know, if it's going to be able to be a street cruiser, it's going to be able to be, you know, do the ASR thing. Sorry, going back to the street cruiser thing. I know I'm harping on this forever, but strap in. It's going to be like a 3-hour stream here. So the street cruiser aspect, you know, if you build like a crazy race engine that fouls plugs when it's idling because it just needs to be at wide open throttle at all times, that's completely pointless. It needs to be able to sit in traffic. It needs to be able to have heating and cooling, and it needs to be able to do everything that a normal car does, but in a cool package, you know? So if you feel like street cruiser is going to be too difficult for you to adhere to, then don't have it as a use of your vehicle. Get in your mind that this is going to be a race car and nothing else. I'm only going to take it out at night when there's no traffic and the night air's cold and it keeps the car cold or whatever. You just need to consider all these things, because if you don't consider these things and you think, oh yeah, it'll be fine, and you lie to yourself, you're either going to build a car that you hate, or build a car that's not useful, or build a car that you never drive. And all these things just mean that once it's built, you just go, this sucks, I want to sell it. Or you get someone in your ear going, you never use it, you need to sell it, it's taking up space in my house, blah, blah, blah. You can tell where I've heard all these things before, but you get the idea. If it's going to be a street cruiser, you need to make sure that it's able to do street cruising things, right? Very important. So ASR 2025 TAS. So that means it needs to be able to sit on a truck and go all the way down to Geelong, which means it needs to be able to get, damaged with transport, or there's not parts that are so rare that if they get stolen or broken or lost, I can't replace them. It needs to be reliable enough to start and turn off. So if a truck driver needs to move it on and off, which I don't actually know if that's a thing or not, but let's just assume that it is, they need to be able to get in and start it. It can't be like some kind of E85 tune where you got to like put a blanket around the engine block to get it to warm up, and then, fucking flush the oil and give it some start you bastard and key it and hit the accelerator 10 times and then choke once and like all this. It's too hard. If someone can't just get in, start it and drive it, then it's going to be difficult to be able to do something like an all-state run in this instance, right? So that's something we need to keep in mind. Now, another part of it is Tasmania. So Tasmania is an island off the mainland of Australia, and as a result, it may have limited access to parts and repairs. So if I build a car with a bespoke engine that makes 1,000 horsepower and likes to kick rods every other day, then there's going to be no possibility that I can get parts for it while I'm on the island, let alone fix it when I'm there, because I need all my specialized tools. So you need to make sure that this thing is able to be fixed and driven and worked on and all that sort of stuff while it's at all-state run. So if I built it and it couldn't do that, then it's pointless, because you've got to assume that, like even down to something like tires. So my old man, his EH wagon has 13-inch chromies on it. Now, for this car, we're going to be doing something different with the brakes. So we're not going to be able to run 13-inch rims. We're going to have to go to 14. But something I didn't consider until I talked to him was when he built the 13-inch rims, he built them because when he was a kid, that was the size rim that everyone had. Now, times have moved on, and it is really, really hard to get 13-inch, chrome rims. So he's like, I'll just build my own. So he got them built to the spec that he wanted, and then he went to go and get tires, and lo and behold, you can't find tires for 13-inch rims anymore because there's only like 3 idiots that run them, and he's one of them. So I don't want to be number 4 and put 13-inch rims on this EH that I can't use. So I ended up opting to go with some 14s. So 14-inch rims are just a little bit easier to find, and the tires are much easier to source as well. Now, I could go 15, 16, blah, 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 but it doesn't look right on the car, in my opinion. The smaller wheels, the better sometimes. And in this instance, I think owning 14s is going to be the perfect thing, because it'll fit the brakes, it'll fit the style of the car, and it'll all work, and we'll be able to get tire sizes. So that's another thing to consider when you're going to these events. You're traveling long distances, you need to make sure that you can purchase things that you need to get the job done while you're there, and it's not going to be difficult for you. All right, last one is emulate the old man's car. So obviously we've got this photo here, that's really cool and everything, and I've got a couple other pictures. So you can see it's got all the chrome work on it. You can see it's got the mesh headlight grille. You can see it's got this spotlight thing that kind of weird, looks like it's shoved into the grill, but anyway, you can see he's done some stuff with the grill. Chrome here, chrome there, blue bottom, white top, and then if we go back, see he's got no overriders on the bumpers. Actually, I don't even know if he's got a bumper on that one. Whatever, I can't see any bumpers, but the point is, he's got the deep dish chromies, which are this look. He's got the raked stance, which is another one, and he always talked about having bonnet spears. So I think he used to have 2, so 1 on each side of the guard. So Premier EHs have 3 bonnet spears. So I got 1 on each guard and then 1 down the middle of the bonnet. I don't know how I feel about them. They're fine, but maybe, I don't know, drilling holes in a guard doesn't sit well with me. But anyway, from memory, the old boy said he used to just put the side ones on and not the middle one. So maybe we'll stick with that. He said he used to take the overriders off the bumpers. So maybe this is a really old photo when he first got it or something. But anyway, so these are all things that we'll just cover off as we go. But to begin with, that's sort of the rough exterior look. Then the old man's car. Then the rest of it. So the interior, it was bucket seats. So they come out of a Premier model. So that's just 1 seat on each side instead of a bench seat. And then that gives you the easy access to put a a floor-mounted shifter in it. So EHs from new, they had a column shift, so it would shift to the left of the steering wheel. So you're driving along, and then instead of having a wiper toggle arm, wiper arm, you would have a gear shifter, and you would select gears as you drove like that. So a lot of people got rid of those because they were slow to change and difficult to use and blah, 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 didn't look very good. So they put a floor shifter. So growing up, the old boy always used to tell me that he had a 4-speed Celica gearbox. Now, 4-speed Celica gearboxes are incredibly rare now because there's no Celicas left and there's no EHs left, so there's no gearboxes left. As a result, we're likely going to have to aim for something a bit newer, so like a 5-speed Celica gearbox or a 5-speed Supra gearbox or something like that. Just some kind of Toyota box to sort of stick with the rough vibe. That's what I want to go for. And I believe that you can still buy adapters to fit those 5-speed Toyota boxes to the old Holden engines. So that's going to really benefit us, because if we have to make adapters, that really puts a spanner in the works and can blow the difficulty level out. But if we have a box that we can just buy, bolt straight onto an adapter, bolt it onto the engine, that just takes so much of the heartache out of us. We can just focus on making like a cross member or something and we're good to go. So the next one is the engine. So Holden's came with a bunch of different engines from the top of my head, which is going to be wrong. There was like a 149, a 173, a 179, and then a 186, and then a 202. So those are all cubic inches. And the engine that my dad always used to bang on about was in his EH. So the EH came out with a 149, which is obviously the smallest of them. And then the EH my dad used to drive, he said that he had a 186, which is out of like a HG or a HD, sorry, HR. So it goes EJ, EH, HD, HR, HG, HT, HK, somewhere there. So that's sort of like the order of from the 1960s through to the 1970s. So the HR was an evolution of the EH. So it had a similar body shape and size, but it was just different look. And then it had things like disc brake front end and a 186 instead of a 149. Yeah, instead of a 149. Anyway, point is, the 186 is obviously a bigger engine, and arguably, in my old man's opinion, the 202 is a bit of a slug. It didn't have good airflow for the cylinder head, so he didn't like it. This is just his opinion. Obviously, I'm influenced by my old man, so I don't like him either. So he went with the 186, and then he bored it out. So that is to enlarge the piston size, and it went from a 186 to a 192. So the 192 was his supposed best engine, and the story goes that he built his 186 alongside one of his mates who also had a car that they were modifying, and they both built their engines together to go from 186 to 192 because this friend's dad was an engine builder or something, or they knew someone who was an engine builder, I don't remember. But they went in with this guy, built the engines together, and then for some reason, be it the run-in period or just the machine work or whatever, they never actually knew why, but dad's came out so much more powerful or faster than the other guy's one. Now, obviously, this is back in a time when there were no dynos that people had access to. If you were tuning your car, you didn't have an O2 sensor. You just, because they still had leaded fuel back then, you used to adjust the mixture in the carburetor, drive like a bat out of hell, and then look inside the exhaust. And inside the actual exhaust pipe, there would be deposits of this leaded fuel getting burnt. And if it was white, that was too lean. If it was black, that was too rich. If it was gray, you got the correct air fuel mixture. So that was how they used to tune their stuff back in the day. So obviously we can't do that now, so we'll just go to an O2 sensor. But you can sort of see where things that now are very easy to quantify and go, that is exactly what this is. Back then, people were just unsure, and they're like, oh yeah, mine's faster than yours because I can change gears quicker, and I think that means I built the motor better. They just had no idea. So for him, his was the fastest, and that's all that mattered. So it was pretty cool, and that's sort of what I want to emulate. So we're going for, now, bear in mind, we need to keep this a street cruiser, and we need to make it to ASR in Tasmania in 2025. So that means we've got a time restriction, we've got a money restriction, and we've got a reliability restriction. So I do not want to build this engine. I'm going to put a 186 that I pulled out of a car, I don't even remember when. Actually, it might have come out of that. If anyone remembers the Fury Garage Academy episode with a HG Monaro ute that we were building, which we're still building, by the way, it's a ridiculously long project, don't like it. The 186 that came out of that, I think that's the 186 we're going to use to put in this EH. So it's probably a bad idea because I'd reckon that engine's cursed, but the point is it was running and driving previously, and we're just going to leave it like that, shove it in the car. I'm not opening an engine. I'm not building an engine. We're just going to run whatever we've got, and that's going to be fine. So 186 with a Toyota 5-speed on the back, and that's going to all get shoehorned into the car, so we need to make a cross member to hold it, a tail shaft. We're probably going to have to remake the transmission tunnel because I think the one that we've got is a manual EH body, which means that the trans tunnel is shallower than if it was an auto, which has a higher trans tunnel. So I think the autos, you could just sort of bash it and the manual would fit. But with the manual body, you have to cut the floor to get the manual to fit. So we'll have to make a new tunnel. And then, yeah, that's sort of the, and it's going to have, so this is a funny part. My old man, he always used to tell me that his car had triple Webers. So let's have a quick Google here. So we go Weber carb. I don't know how to spell carby. All right, images. That's what a Weber carburetor looks like. Yeah, it's got the fuel bowl in the middle and then 2 throttle throats or whatever, right? So if you've got a 6-cylinder running Webers, that is what it looks like, and they look awesome. So we might even be able to look up. So 186 with what am I doing? Numlock 1.8 far out. Thank you for your patience. 186 Weber carb set up. So they got these manifold things. So surely someone's got a photo of one of these in their engine. Oh my goodness. This is another great reason to document your builds, because X2, yeah, I'm jealous. Is because these sort like this, when you get to this point, you know, everyone's built a Supra, everyone's built an Evo, whatever. There's heaps of them on YouTube. I've built them. But when you get to these sort of weirder cars, there's just the generation that built them did it before the internet. So there's, here we go. Now we're getting closer. So it's harder to find all these photos and information. All right, I say that as I'm getting flooded with pictures, but why didn't that come up to begin with? All right, so Lynx Performance looks like the people to go to, but you get the idea. So there's your 186, there's your Webers. It looks awesome. Sorry, I'm just getting a message. Sorry, Martin, you're gonna have to make a YouTube account and then maybe share the love around. So the point is, these look awesome. And so my old man used to tell me triple Webers on the 186 that was bought out to 192. And in my head, I'm picturing this. I'm like, man, this is going to be the sickest thing ever. And then lo and behold, one day we're at a car meet and I point out the Webers. I'm like, oh, Dad, is that what it looked like? He goes, no, it never looked like that. I was like, what do you mean it never looked like that? So then we go to 186 SU carb. Turns out he ran these, which are SU carburetors. Which, you know, again, is fine. They were more of a Datsun thing. I don't know if there's a better photo, but this is sort of what they look like. So much less attractive. There's nothing wrong with them. They're still great carburetor. They ran really well on the old Datsun Zs, but I was so excited for a Weber setup, and I was disappointed to find out that this is what we're going to run instead. But that's just me having anticipation and, expectations. So I need to trade my expectations for appreciation. So what I can appreciate about this is that my old man already has a set of these that he bought years ago. So I don't have to go and spend like $4,000 on triple Webers and a manifold for this car, which is so expensive for something that makes you like 2 horsepower. So this is a much better option in my opinion. So we're just going to run with what we got, and that's what the old boy used to have. So emulate his car. So we've got the stance, the color, the chrome bits, the engine, the carbs, the gearbox. Now, the exhaust is another question. So I'm sure you've all seen me flicking through this. So what's going on here? So Tirana 186S is basically like a sports version of the 186. And Tirana's had these, I believe. And so these were the headers that they had on the 186S. Now, the X2 is a bit more of a, I guess, desirable thing because they were rarer to a degree. So if you had like a HR or a HG or whatever, and you blew up the engine within the warranty period, you could take the car back to the dealership and they would recondition the engine, but they wouldn't put it back in. I don't know. They'd just pull your blown up engine out and put an X2 engine in. So these X2 engines were like the hotted up sports version, I guess. You know, maybe they had, well, obviously they had these extractors, yeah, which are fancy and they look cool and they sound really good apparently. It had a X2 carburetor, which is, instead of having a single barrel carburetor, it had 2 single barrel carburetors on this special manifold. Had like a gold air cleaner. Let's just look this up instead of me just explaining it to you and teasing you with it. So we go X2 186. There you go, HR. Look at the engines. Wow, look at that. So it had this like gold bloody breather vent, had the gold thing with the badge and everything. These are some people that have built X2s, which look great. And then the really fancy part was the carb. So you can see the twin, I guess they're twin Strombergs, I can't remember. And the manifold to suit. And it's got all these linkages and stuff, and it was really fancy. And then obviously the extractors are underneath there, which you can't really see. So that was the the X2 thing. So people love these X2s, and I'm still looking for a set of X2 carburetors and manifolds to build an engine. So if you've got them, please sell them to me. If not, well, that sucks, but make sure it's not an arm and a leg. But you can see that this is like an X2 kit. So the air cleaner, the thing, blah, blah, blah. All right, so going back to this photo. So Tirana and the 186S had a certain style, and then the X2 had a different style. And you can see that the angle of this rear pipe is slightly different depending on the one that you went with. So for us, I don't know that my old man ever paid attention to the exhaust that he had, but I think I've got a set of X2 headers that are for a different project, but it's not getting done for a while, so we may use them. Otherwise, I think I've got a set of extractors as well, so I might use those. Either way, I'm not sure, but that's what we're going to do for the exhaust. The rest of the exhaust can just be 2 1/4 or 2 1/2 or whatever, mandrel, who cares? We're just going to put it in. So that's the engine pretty much done. So emulating his car. So then the interior. So EH interior is pretty basic. We already talked about the Premier seats, which gives you space to put the 5-speed shifter in. And then on top of that, we're going to get a Premier center console. So we go Prem EH Holden Prem console. And some images. Actually, that was a really good one there. Where did it go? That one. So this is kind of what the Premiers look like. So you can see the gear shifter up on the steering column for a start, but this is the center console. So it's got, I don't know, maybe like a clock or something and just some trim pieces just to make it nice. And so you would have obviously the gear stick coming up through the gap in the seats, and then you got this console to sort of take up the difference. Now, behind this console in the Premiers, because they were the luxury model, they would often have a heater. Now, this comes back to the street car aspect. So I'm a big baby and I hate the cold. I absolutely hate it. So as a result, if we're going to Tasmania and we're going to freeze the whole time we're over there, I refuse to not have a heater. I will die on this hill. So even if it only points at my feet, that's all I want. We're putting a heater in. Now, this is a photo of the heater box itself. So it's quite a large unit. So you can imagine if you just had this sitting in the footwell, so you can see there's a pedal to the right there. If you just had this sitting like underneath the dash, it's ugly. So why not put this gigantic box over the top that has zero function, but at least it covers up the stupid heater box. So we might get creative and figure out how to put a TV in here or something to keep us occupied on the drive, but we want a heater box. So there's a company, Repiglass. They remake these center consoles out of fiberglass, which are amazing. Good on them. I think they're doing a great job, and I really like the finish that they have. However, it doesn't have the chrome trim, and I like the chrome trim, and I like metal. So I'm going to try and find a center console, and here's one with the gear shifter hole cut out of it. So I'd like to find a center console, and then I want to find a heater box. So if we go Premier heater. Here we go. So this is the, like, we don't want to go to eBay. Where are we? So this is like the bottom of the range heater style. So this sort of basically just bolts to the dash where the vent is for the air coming in from outside. And sometimes they've got, like you saw there, the 2 ducts so that you can point it at your feet. But more often than not, it just floods the cabin with warm air from, that. Now, you can get this one, which is the Premier style, which has a fan in it. And then these ducts, you could obviously put hoses on them and direct them in a different place. And it will also demist the windscreen, which is something that we want to have, because if we're in Tasmania, we're getting up early, it's going to be cold potentially. I don't want to have to deal with a foggy window. So as a result, there's a company, a dude named EJEH Heater Repairs who refurbishes these. So I don't know how expensive they are. I imagine they're not cheap, but we're ideally going to find something like this on Gumtree for cheap, buy it, likely send it to this dude because I don't even want to start looking at this. He'll refurbish it, send it back to us. Then all we need is this fan switch for the center console, and before you know it, Bob's your uncle, and we have if I can find the photo I was looking at. Bam. We have a heater switch in the center console with a nice center console. Doesn't have to match or anything. We can just paint it with vents and a heater. Bam. That's what I want. So all those are parts that we don't have and we got to find. But we got a chat. Who's chatting to me? Stand by, everybody. Let's see if I can. Heater on the feet is key. Yes, it is, Harry Joseph. Thank you for commenting. I appreciate that. I can't do it. So when I was on my P plate, so that's your first license, I had a Suzuki Sierra. Awesome little car. I used to bomb around everywhere with the roof off constantly. Didn't matter. Summer, winter, didn't care. No roof, all times. I would drive in ski gloves with one of those big Russian hats in a huge ski jacket. But as long as I had the heater on my feet, I was happy. I didn't have to have all those ski things. That was nice, but I'd have the windows down and the roof off. But as long as that heater was on my feet, I was great. Anyway, so that's sort of where we're at with that. Anyway, so let's go back to this. Okay, so emulating the old man's car. So we've got the exterior, we've got the interior, we've got the engine, we've got the gearbox, we've got all that stuff nailed down pat. Obviously, we're going to go with the stance. So suspension's next. So there's two ways that you can change the suspension on these cars. So they've got a coil spring front and leaf spring rear. So back in the day, I'm sure my old man would have just cut the coil springs at the front, which, if you know anything about coil springs, basically, let me just do a little drawing. If you get a piece of steel like that and then try and bend it like this, has a certain amount of difficulty. The longer it is, the easier it is to bend. The shorter it is, the harder it is to bend. When you take that long piece of steel and coil it in a circle, you get a coil spring. So you're basically, even though you're pushing down on the spring, it's the same as if you had the long piece, sorry, I'm trying to do this, and do that with it, is the same as if it's coiled and you press down. So if you cut half of those coils out of that, it's like if you get the really long bar and you shrink it, this way. If you get the really long bar and you shrink it and then try and bend it, it gets harder to bend. So what that effectively does is increases the spring rate, because the diameter of the steel bar doesn't change, but the amount of coils does, which means the length of the spring is shortening, which makes it harder to bend. So while cutting springs out lowers the front, it will increase the spring rate, which means you will potentially decrease your mechanical grip, because you need more weight over the front to have that spring in its effective range, if that makes sense. So I don't want to cut the springs. What I would rather do is just buy some aftermarket stuff that lowers it. So we'll have to look into that when we get to the suspension section. And then on top of that, the rear leaves. Now, the leaves that are probably going to be in the car are 50, 60 years old. So they're probably shot, probably sagged, probably buggered. Now, that's not always a bad thing. Sometimes sagging springs can be more comfortable. And if you get the springs reset, they can be really stiff and bouncy. So that will be something we'll have to consider. But talking about old man, I think he said that they were too expensive to get the springs reset, but they could just buy another EH for $50 and pull the spring pack out of that car and remove one of the leaves and then put it into the leaf pack on his car, and that potentially had the ability to raise it up. I don't know, I've never done it. We'll have to look into that. His memory could be wrong. Who knows? Anyway, so that's the suspension sort of setup. I don't really want to go diving into HR front ends and things like that, so that's too hard. And then the old boy, he reckons that he never did anything to the diffs. He just used to change them when they blew up, so that sucks. We'll cover that more when we get to the diff section. Okay, so we've got it. Used to be our vehicle. So street cruiser, great, reliable, got to tick all those boxes. All-state run, gonna love doing that with the family. I think we've got 3, maybe 4 cars going down there. So if you want to come to the All-state run in 2025 in Tasmania, you will see us there. We will be wearing our Fury Garage merchandise. Yeah, there we go. And then the back there, Fury Garage. We'll get some Academy ones as well. So if you come to Tasmania, come and say hi to us. We'll all be geared up. All our cars will be stickered up. It'll be a great time. And you'll be able to see this car that we're going to build, because we are going to build this car this year. Not all of these streams will be cars that I'm going to build, at least in the immediate future. But this year, Martin and I are going to build this EH. So stick around and we'll continue through this build plan and get to the bottom of it. But yeah, it's going to be great. All right. I need everyone to stand by while I, 1, run to the bathroom, 2, get a drink, and 3, send out some messages to people because my phone has been blowing up. So if you'll just hold on for just a minute, I'll be back. Sorry about that, guys. Just give me a sec to have a drink. And I will just send a quick message. Please stand by just a little bit longer. if you're still there, Harry Joseph, what brings you to the channel, mate? Have you got a project of your own you're working on, or are you just interested in hearing about how my stupid brain figures out all this stuff on the fly? Or let me know if you're still there, mate. I'd love to chat to you about it. All right, send these ones off. Man, I tell you what, though, I'm gonna have to practice talking. I can feel my voice is struggling. Thank you again for your patience, guys. All right. Check these last couple. Don't really care. All right. Oh, and we're down to one viewer. Oh well. Sorry, whoever left. It's probably me. No, down to one view. All right. It probably is me, actually. Anyway. Okay, on to the body shape. All right. So this one's really easy. Obviously, I just want to build my old man's car. So we're going to go with a EH sedan. I think it is the better looking of the EHs. I don't really like the utes. I think the panel van's pretty cool. Obviously, we've got 2 wagons and 2 sedans. So my old man is partial to wagons, and I too am partial to wagons. I really, really enjoy them. But I don't know why with the EHs. I think the sedans are cooler. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to build an EH sedan. So that's that. So we go with sedan. Style. Okay, so obviously there's a whole bunch of different styles that you can sort of aim for. Let's have a quick look at some of the different ones. So if we go EH Summernats. Images. All right, so here we go. So there's a rat rod wagon. I think that looks pretty cool. It's obviously got a 6-cylinder and then it's supercharged. And the way you can tell it's a 6-cylinder is because the supercharger is offset. So the intake is on that left-hand side. That thing looks sick, slammed. It's got some great fitment. I don't know if it's on bags or not. The rust is obviously pretty decent. There's minimal chrome stripping. Obviously the idea with the rat rod is that sort of stuff doesn't survive. So they don't leave it on there. But a cool looking car, right? And then obviously this ute is much the same. They've got an interesting choice where they put like saw teeth coming out the bonnet with triple Strombergs, I guess. That's pretty full on, and like a tractor flap. One tough old fart. Yeah, nice. This may even be a doctored image because or at least that wheel doesn't look right. But these are cool and everything, but they just don't, I don't really like the rat rod look on an EH. It's not quite me. So the rust doesn't really work. I think it looks great and I appreciate seeing them, but I don't like doing them. So then you've got this burnout car, right, which is basically a standard car but with matte paint. And it looks fine. I think it's because it's a ute. I don't really like it that much. All right, now we got this wild looking thing. So this is just blinged up to the nines, probably like a $25,000-$50,000 paint job. The chromies that are 20s and like the white leather interior. Like someone has spent so much money and time on this thing. It's ridiculous. And hey, it looks great. And I'm sure the guy is probably won or something, but it's got the 6-cylinder with the triple Webers like we talked about. Those Webers in and of themselves are expensive. Then he would have had to have pulled them all apart and chromed them. Insane. So this guy's done a great job, but this isn't the style that we like, or at least I like. Coming across this red one, that's looking a little better. I don't really like the American racing wheels, but that's fine. It's got the triple bonnet spears like we talked about. Chrome steering wheel, not sure about that. It's got like Commodore seats, so it may have a Commodore engine, I don't know. But like it's really, really neat and really shiny, but I've got a couple of really shiny cars and they're just nerve-wracking to be around because if I even sneeze in the wrong direction, I could damage them and I don't like that. So the really nice paint, it's fine, but no thanks. All right, let's keep looking. This is getting better. So obviously supercharged is not going to fly for us, but it's got the chrome rims. Sorry, this picture's really blurry. The chrome rims that look nice. They're a bit more of a reasonable size as opposed to these ones, which are huge. They don't really look right. So we're sort of narrowing down. Like this sort of stuff looks terrible. That's looking a bit better. Even those rims are kind of iffy. But it's nice. It's clean. So we just sort of, I don't know, want to go for that vintage streeter look. Now this is vintage and it's probably pro street if anything, but maybe we change away from Summonats and go to EH Survivor. See what that looks like. Yeah, that's an EJ. I don't know what's with all these people, but EH, because it's a person. Holden Survivor. All right, this is getting better. All right, so you can see it's like a classic racing look. That's pretty sleek with some numbers. That's cool. You know, maybe we'll consider that sort of thing. This one's like a restored Pro Streeter, so it looks like an LS. I don't know about the rims, but the color's nice, and you know the blind thing. Here we go, the old family picnic. So I guess that the car, I think it, in my mind, it's going to sit somewhere in the like. You could do this with it, which I don't know why you would, because that caravan looks terrible. But you could do this with it, or you could go to a cool meet and, you know, pop the bonnet and look nice, or you could take it to a museum and someone would look at it and be like, yeah, that's a really nice EH, or, you know, even fit in with guys like this. I don't know if it's probably too far gone. I don't really know what I'm trying to say here. Style's a really tricky one. Like, people can't articulate style that easily. Here we go. This looks nice, but with chromies. That's basically what I'm going for. So, I guess I'm the weirdo that really likes original looking cars. So that's kind of what I'm going to aim for. It's going to be original, but if you know what you're looking for, there'll be plenty of things that aren't original. So just kind of trying to keep true to that, like street car, driver, original, not original, nice paint, but not super fancy paint. Just trying to blend all that together into a car that, that we enjoy driving. I think that's going to be the key, and that performs and everything. So that's the build plan style. So we're just going to go with like street / stock look. All right, notes. So if you just want to put notes in here, sure, why not? I don't have any notes. All right, make and model. This one's easy. So we go EH Holden. Bang. We already know because the inspiration for our build, which came from this one here. So what sort of build are you planning to achieve? So we've already talked through all this, but you sort of understand what I mean by the sort of build that you're trying to achieve. So now we're into the detailed planning. So what, all right, that's fine. We'll come back to that later. Okay. Actually, no, we'll come back to it right now, actually. Okay, so we go to what chassis motor diff box combo will allow you to achieve this goal. So if we go back to our plan, so our goal is a street cruiser, all-state run 2025 in Tasmania, and emulate my old man's car. So each one of those has its own strict requirements, and we're going to need to make sure that we pick an engine, a trans, a clutch, a diff, a drive shaft, a suspension, a cooling, a wheels, everything that will meet all of those requirements. So I'm sure there's a Venn diagram meme I could put here, but I don't know what it is. All right, so engine. So we want a 186. Now, we don't want to bore it out to a 192. That's not in the scope of this build. So we got 186 straight TRAI6. Now, on the engine, we want to have triple SUs. SU carbs. I can't spell. Gosh, I keep saying that. Triple SU carbs and extractors of some sort. Great. Still can't spell. All right. So they're the main 3 points of the engine that we need to make sure we have. Trans and clutch. So we already talked about this. So we want to have a top loader gearbox of some sort. So we're just going to go with 4/5. Oh no, 5 speed Toyota box. And the clutch is whatever makes that work. Merlin, what are your thoughts on the metal grills over the headlights? So the metal grills over the headlights, I actually really like them. So in one of these photos, there it is. So you can see the metal grill over this headlight here. So I know it's really hard to see, but trust me, it's there. So I think they're a great idea. Obviously, the design function for them back in the day was when you're driving along a dirt road and someone's in front of you, if they throw a rock at your car and you don't have one of these over the headlight, it could shatter the headlight. So they serve a functional purpose, and I think they look really good. Obviously, they're chrome too, and they're sort of pressed into place. I believe I already have a set, which is nice. But later on down the track, I have a special little spicy thing that I'm going to do with a third one of these. So stay tuned for that. And I really hope I get my 3D printing up to scratch because, man, oh man, I'm going to need to do some fancy printing to get that to work. All right. So we'll go back to our list, wherever it is here. All right. So 4 or 5 speed Toyota box, and clutch is whatever makes that work. So I was out at, long story short, my cousin, his name is Holden, he purchased a car off my old man back in literally 15 years ago. So when my cousin and I were 15 years old, he decided to get into cars. And so he bought a car off my dad. And it was a really nice car. And, I say really nice. It was a piece of junk and it needed everything, but it was a cool car. And we still have that car, and I still really, really want to build it. And I think that will be a build that you guys see here, but not straight away. As a result, it's been sitting for a long time. And by a long time, I mean more than 15 years. But my cousin, he bought a lot of parts that I couldn't afford. And I went digging through the car where it's parked, and I found a brand new 186 Holden clutch. So thank you very much, Holden. I will be using that clutch on this build. I suspect it will stay in there, but we're going to be using that clutch. So hopefully that clutch works with the transmission. We'll see. Okay, diff and drive shaft. Now, drive shaft is pretty simple. It's just a single piece drive shaft. So we just go one piece drive shaft. Now, if you're building a crazy powerful motor, you will need to look at things like, can the drive shaft fit into your gearbox? Does the drive shaft, is it rated to spin at the speeds that you're going to drive the car? Is it made of carbon? Is it made of alloy? Do you need to have a drive shaft catch ring thing? Because if you end up driving, like racing the car, and the drive shaft, one of the unis gives up, and if the drive shaft digs into the ground, it will literally act like a catapult and completely flip the car over. So these are all things that you need to consider. Sorry guys, I'm getting blown up with messages here. Spreadsheet is blurry when viewing on a phone. Well, I can't change the spreadsheet being blurry, but I can zoom in. So let's have a look. Hopefully this makes it easier for everyone to see. Okay, so the one-piece drive shaft, great idea. But for now, we're just going to leave it as whatever drive shaft there is. All right, so the diff is next, and the standard Holden banjo diff in an EH is a very weak diff, but I don't expect we're going to be doing many hard launches or burnouts or anything like that. We'll just be cruising around, having a nice time. That being said, I do like having a limited slip diff. So if we go to EH Holden LSD and see what it spits out. Okay, we'll go to shopping. Traction Concepts, never heard of them. Let's have a look. Ooh, that's interesting. Traction Concepts installs into your non-LSD open differential, converting it to a proven competitive limited slip diff that enhances your traction needs. That's what I want. So basically, this is an open center diff. You would, by the sounds of this kit, disassemble this, install some plates and springs and stuff that causes it to lock, and then reassemble your diff and bolt it all back in. So it's your standard diff, so you don't have to reset any of your diff bearings or pinion carriers or whatever, and you don't have to spend $1 million on an LSD center. So this is $339 US, so maybe $500 Australian, and you would be off and racing with your EH with a limited slip diff. That's what I want. So we're going with a Traction Concepts LSD. Let's go to this one. So we go Traction Concepts LSD. Oop, LSD. Great. Now, the beauty of this is if we are in Tasmania and we do happen to blow a diff center for whatever reason, we will be able to then go to our wreckers, hopefully, or at least on Facebook Marketplace, and find a factory banjo diff, because they weren't a very desirable item, so there's plenty of them still left around, potentially. And because we're at the All-State Run, we may even have a Tasmanian member there that's like, oh, hey, I've got this diff that you can buy. Great. So once we buy that diff and bolt it straight into our car, because it's all factory mounting points and everything, it'll be easy to do. All the brakes and everything should convert straight over. And we'll be able to pull the LSD out of our blown up diff and put it into the new diff. So this solves all of our problems of worrying about parts and stuff. Whereas if we were to buy, like, say, for example, a VL turbo diff, we cut it down, we adapt stud patterns, it's thousands and thousands of dollars to get it in the car. It'll be really, really strong. But heaven forbid, say it's got a leak and you don't know, and you run out of fluid and then you chew all the teeth up, you are stuck. The chances of you getting a VL turbo diff that bolts straight into an EH is 0. So this is a much smarter solution for an event like the All-State Run that we're going to. All right, so that's drive shaft and diff pretty much sorted. Next, suspension. I never did brakes. What an idiot. All right, we're getting rid of this. Brakes. Okay. Brakes is an interesting one with EHs. So if we go back to here, we go EH Holden brakes. EH Holdens are a car that is lost to time to a degree. Everything is drum brakes, as you can see. So this is the rear, and I don't know if anyone's going to have a photo of the fronts, but they are also drums, and they are horrible. I hate drum brakes. They're the worst. But that's what the EH has. So we need to figure out a way around this. So if we go back to all, and we do, this is where the research part comes in, right, guys? So we're looking at all these different companies that are offering products, right? So Willwood front disc brake conversion for EH, $1,700. Are you kidding me? I'm not dropping nearly $2,000 for some Willwoods. No, forget it, right? This doesn't make sense. Rare spares, they got some parts, whatever. All right, EH Holden Club of Victoria, front discs. Okay, this looks interesting. This looks like, an article that we can read through. So the forums are pretty much dead. It's a real sad state that they're in, but they just, nobody used them. Everyone was on Facebook. They all died. I've even heard of forums where they let their their server subscriptions lapse, and all the information was no longer available on the internet. Like, it got wiped from the servers. So that's really sad, because there was a lot of incredible stuff out there. Thank you, Merlin. I appreciate the disc brake front setup from the VL, but I don't know that it's going to work in this instance. So bear with me, and I've got a solution. So forums are dead, which is sad. You may be able to find some information out there, but it's so hard to then be able to converse with the people on them. So then you can go to Facebook groups and stuff like that and look around, but that's even, just as difficult, because you got all these idiots commenting and stuff, and people are unreliable and too hard, right? But there's still, thankfully, pretty much every car group will have something out there. You'll be able to find some repository of information. So this one is the EH Holden Car Club of Victoria. They have some great info out there. Now, it's not perfect. You'll have to sort of do a bit of thinking of your own to figure it out, but let's just have a quick read through. So you don't think General built EJs and H's had good enough brakes? Yeah, shocking. Well, there's something you can do about it, and it need not cost you a mega amount of dough if you don't want it to. So that's where we don't want to buy the Willwood ones. So Hopper Stoppers have got some good info. I actually think I know the guy that wrote this. Good dude. All right, so the first thing you need to do is get a hold of a HR front end. All right, immediately, I don't want to do that. I'll give you a quick, I already did this research because this has been bugging me for weeks. And I always thought that for years, everyone's been telling me, you just bolt a HR front end and you're off and racing, the brakes fit. This is not how it works. It turns out that when you go to put HR front end in, you have to, so let's go HR Holden subframe. No, we don't want to go shopping. We want to go images. Okay, this is an HR Holden subframe. So you've got this outrigger thing off the front, and then you've got your engine mounts. So these big plates here on the sides, that is where the cross member bolts to the frame of the car, and that will, obviously, these ones here are the engine mounts, and then this one just sort of supports it all, the radiator, and then these bits out here are your shock, spring, and suspension mounts. So with a HR front end, when you go to bolt that into an EH, yes, it will bolt directly in. However, these engine mounts are in the wrong spot. You will need to cut them off the subframe and move them. This outrigger is incorrect altogether. You have to cut this off completely and attach an EH one. Right off the bat, this precludes so many people from doing this swap because they don't have the ability to weld, cut, figure out how to do this accurately. It is really, really difficult stuff. This is supposed to be an easy conversion, doing the HR front disc brake front end. This is ridiculous. I don't even want to attempt this because it's just fraught with danger. Because if you screw this up and then you get to the point where you're ready to bolt the engine in and it doesn't line up, you're screwed. Gearbox won't line up, drive shaft won't. It's all just a disaster. So this is some much higher level stuff than I initially thought when it came to HR front ends. So we'll go back to this one. So it says get a HR front end. I don't want to do that. But reading through this, it says that it has ball joint front end, right? Ball joint front end is great. The Holden, the EH Holden suspension. The EH Holden front suspension is terrible. So this part here that looks like a giant nut and this part here that also looks like a giant nut are bushes, and they are made out of metal and they are nuts. when I first found this out, it was just before the first All-State run we went to in 2017, I think, or 18, I can't remember. But it must have been 17. The first time I found out about these nuts, I was rebuilding my old man's front end. Now, I pulled the front end apart and cleaned it all up and then went to put it back together and went, this is interesting. So this nut, you're going to have to bear with me. This just actually, maybe we can find a picture. EH front end suspension bush. Aha. Okay, so these are the bushes, right? The bushes. It's too hard, reversed camera. So this nut, you can see there's a thread on the outside. Now there is also a thread on the inside of this bush, and they're different, right? So when you go to screw the bush into the arm, this lower arm has, it gets this thread screwing into it. But then the cross member itself has like a stud poking out of it, and the inside of the nut screws onto that stud, which is obviously here as well. So you've got two different parts that are threading onto two different other parts with this nut to hold this arm into place. Not only that, if you screw on and off this outside thread too many times, it will destroy the thread. So I think you get like 3 or 4 attempts and that's it. You need to buy a new nut. Worse than that is this arm needs to be spaced, but like have a correct amount of spacing between that cross member and this arm. So there's a gap in between those two, and it has to be exactly, I think it was like 23 millimeters or something. And then on the back side, it has to have a different gap of like, say, 43 millimeters. And that sets your kingpin caster, I think. But needless to say, this is a nightmare to set up. And if you get it wrong more than once, you'll either destroy your lower arm because the thread will get torn out of that. You'll destroy your bush because the thread will get torn off of that. Or you'll have a poorly driving car because you set it up incorrectly. Now, when I first did it, I didn't even think these were available. Resto Country is a relatively recent company, I believe. But to my understanding, there wasn't these available. So as a result, when I first did it, I was like sweating bullets and I'm jumping on forums and researching and reading workshop manuals and stuff. And the most frustrating part is the workshop manual. It says for these spaces, it's like, get Holden workshop tool number 4. You're like, but what does that even mean? There's so many years have gone by since this stuff was prominent that I had no idea what workshop tool number 4 was. This is where the forums came in. I managed to find those exact measurements. I then had to cut some stuff to make it to fit so that I could space these out correctly while I threaded it in. And then I had to find a workshop that was comfortable to do a wheel alignment with me under the car so that I could make sure everything was dialed and they didn't touch any of this stuff, because if anything went wrong, we were screwed. We were just so tight on time. Anyway, moral of the story is EH front suspension sucks. As a result, when I read things like these later model ball joint front ends, I'm like, great, ball joints. I know them. They're easy. They're modern. They're common. They're great. Trouble is, I can't adapt a ball joint onto that EH bush style. I just have to figure out how to do it differently. So for the scope of this build, we are not going to be able to run ball joints. We're going to have to keep the original EH bush design for now, which sucks, but it is what it is. Now, the stub axles and discs. Okay, so you can obviously run the stock HR setup. Oh, sorry, where did we get to? So we're talking about the ball joints. All right, braking options. Okay, offers better braking options. Awesome. Ball joints, longer lasting, easier maintained. Yep. All right, you get options of either disc front end complete or run totally. All right, we don't care about the drums. Need a HR. Here we go. You will need to run HR rear brake wheel cylinders if you're running HR discs. A HQ proportioning valve is good for HQ or Commodore discs. Okay, so this is where it starts to get confusing because there's so many different models that they're mentioning, and they're talking about some of them having discs, some of them having drums, but one of them having both, and proportioning valves and all this crap. So I had to read this a few times to get my head around it, and it's not the best wording. Obviously, these are just people throwing out information they've figured out over the years, so it can get a little tricky. But for this instance, we're just going to sort of gloss through it, and then I'm going to tell you the answer at the end. When you go to do this, you're just going to have to keep reading and reading and reading and reading and figuring it out for yourself, because this is, again, where the research aspect comes in. And if you get to a point where you're not sure, then you may just have to go out and buy a HR front end and start measuring and start figuring it out. It's not great, but obviously if you don't destroy it, you can resell it if you don't need it. So consider all these things. Okay. So you can use totally stock HR setup, disc rotors and calipers. Rod Hadfield has conversion brackets to set discs and calipers on drum brake stub axles. Aha, that is important. So, I don't care about that. You take all right. So, someone sells adapters to run calipers on disc brake stub axles. That is the key in all of this. So let's go back out and look up EH front brakes. Wait, forgot the conversion bit. Conversion. All right. Castlemaine Rod Shop. What are they doing? Sending me things I don't want to know about. All right. So that's going to come into play later. These are all too expensive. Aha. HQ to WB, disc and calipers to early Holden Kingpin. That is what we want. So these are called dog bones, I guess. At least I think that's what they're called. What these allow you to do is there'll be 2 or 3 bolts in this instance that you can bolt onto your existing Holden Kingpin, and then it will have 2 other bolt holes that will allow you to bolt a HQ to WB, which is a range of cars spanning 10 years, I think, that allow you to bolt a brake caliper and a disc onto the early Holden Kingpin. So what will this allow us to do? This will allow us to keep the factory EH subframe, the factory EH engine mounts, the factory EH suspension, the factory EH springs, shocks, everything, steering, the lot, and then just bolt a HQ to WB disc and caliper directly onto the stub axle. So this eliminates having to buy subframes, it eliminates cutting and welding, it eliminates converting steering geometry, it eliminates so many other variables that is going to cost money, because I guarantee you any of those parts that you buy that are secondhand, you're going to have to rebuild all of them. So that means it could be up to like 10 ball joints you have to replace, maybe even a steering box, a pitman arm, all this stuff that you likely would have to replace. We potentially don't have to replace it anymore. Obviously, the car you get is going to dictate if your parts are going to be any good or not, but there's a good chance that they will be if it's running and driving. So this is going to get us out of a sticky situation. All we need to make sure is that we pay attention to the stud pattern. Excuse me. So HQ to WB have a different stud pattern to EH. So if we build EH rims, we are not going to be able to run HQ to WB stud pattern hubs. We're going to have to get them changed, which I think in this instance is only the disc because of the way it's assembled, because the bearings go into it. Anyway, what does this say? Oh, do you want discs? All right. So that's great. So we've got a solution now for our front brakes. So we can sort of skip through this. Okay, a HQ steel wheel and a Commodore steel wheel seemingly fit each other. All right, no, we don't care about that. Whether the car is converted to disc brake, you will need to fit a brake booster to suit. Okay, that's the next step. So for us, we've now solved what brakes we're going to run on the front of the car. Next thing we have to figure out is what master cylinder we're going to run. Because if you put a drum brake master cylinder with disc brakes on the wheels, you're never going to be able to stop the car because they're just not sized correctly. Now, I talked previously about HQ proportioning valves and all this sort of garbage. Proportioning valves work fine, but they're too much work. Ideally, what you want is a pedal that attaches directly to either a master or a booster, and that spits out 2 signals, a front and a rear, and they go straight down to the wheels that they need to, and it applies the brakes. That's all we want. So reading through this a bit more, they talk about this VH40 unit. So the VH40 unit, talk about picking them up from wreckers and recoing them, flaring them, whatever. Alternatively, you can make, don't care. All right, it's a good idea to convert your vehicle to tandem brake master cylinder. These kits are available from so-and-so. Includes a spacer block, clutch next to it, HQ, PBR. All right, moral of the story is there is some kind of part called a VH40, H40, that is, for all intents and purposes, a booster. So this booster here will receive vacuum from the intake manifold, vacuum like a regular brake booster would, and then on the top here somewhere there will be a brake fluid signal that will come from the pedal. So you'll have like a regular master cylinder on the firewall. This is my understanding. I could be wrong because I haven't done this yet, so I don't know. It would have a regular brake signal coming out of the master cylinder, the factory master cylinder, and it will go into this boosted master cylinder. So this boosted master cylinder will receive assistance from the vacuum using these diaphragms, and it will push fluid down out of this nipple at a higher rate because it has assistance from the vacuum, right? So this is how boosting works if you don't know. So the boosted brakes, this is how it works. So you can apply a higher load with less effort to the brakes. So this piston inside this master cylinder will be sized differently and appropriately to suit, if the VH hydropower brake boost assembly suited for disc brake front end setup. Amazing. So it's good for conversions for HD, HR Holden, and Falcons and blah, 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 blah. All right, now, my understanding is that this is only for one end of the car. So this VH40 will run the front brakes. That's it. It will not do the rears. Now, we may not necessarily need the rears done because we'll potentially have drums, but if we keep the factory EH drums, they're going to be under braked for what the front is. So you will have the front doing all the work and the rear doing none of the work, when realistically you want the front doing I think it's 60 or 70% of the work and the rear doing the rest. And conversely, you don't want to put too much brake pressure to the rear. That's what the proportioning valve's for, so you can adjust it. You don't want the rear to lock up before the front because it'll turn you. So this is another thing we need to consider. So if we jump onto this and look up EH engine bay, jump into some images and start having a look around. So what's he got? All right, he's got a boosted brake master cylinder, and it looks like drum rear and disc front, just based on the size of these pots. This guy looks like he's got like a VL Commodore setup. Who else have we got here? He doesn't have anything because he's an LS. All right, here we go. This guy's got some interesting stuff. So I don't know if we can zoom in. Nope, that's not working at all. Let's go to 100. All right, you're just going to have to trust me. So he's got a master on the firewall for the brakes and a master on the firewall for the clutch. So the clutch is fine, that's whatever. But then it comes down here to this additional master. Now, I'm going to presume that this is a VH40 like we just looked at. And what this will be receiving is a signal from this brake master into the top of this one, just like we talked about. And then it will spit a signal out to the disc brake front end. That's going to work great. However, then what does he do about the rears? So if we look at another one, this is mounted differently. So you can see this one goes up and down, whereas the other one went like left and right. So this gives us an interesting option that we need to do more research into this, which I will do later, but we're going to move on from brakes because I understand it's maddening. Oh, there's another one. So you can see the line here. That's a very good illustration. So it goes straight down into that, and then it spits out the front here. So there may be an option to run either another VH40 thing in here somewhere to run the rear brakes. I don't know if that's appropriate or not. Or to change out this master cylinder that's on the firewall to accept a more modern cylinder. That's an interesting idea. So let's have a look. EH front brakes. If we go back to all and we go to our friends Castlemaine Rod Shop, wherever they are. No, we don't want that. We want this. Okay. Dual circuit brake master cylinder adapter for EJ and EH. So this is similar to the thing that we were looking at for the wheels. Now, this is obviously going to have bolt holes to accept onto the firewall where the factory brake master cylinder would mount, but then it will also have bolting points to accept an aftermarket dual proportioning brake master cylinder. And it says here for fitting of HQ, HJ, HX, or HZ master cylinder, and it adapts to EJ, EH Holdens. So what this is going to allow us to do is we'll be able to get a modern, nice HQ brake master cylinder. Let's have a look. Brake master cylinder. Here we go. That looks similar to the one that the guy had on his car. Images. So we'll be able to get one of these that potentially has disc and drum, or just disc and disc, or whatever it is we decide to run. Or big nut, that's nice. We will be able to just buy one of these for $300 or whatever it may cost, bolt it straight onto the car, and then we've got, now bear in mind it's only manual brakes because we don't have a booster attached, but this may allow us to. Dual circuit brake adapter. Features. Dual circuit fitting HQ. Okay, so it says that it just accepts a master cylinder. So I could be wrong, but there's a good chance that it will only let you bolt the master cylinder, which is this bit, directly onto the firewall, which will allow you to have dual circuit brakes, which is great, so that you can have disc front and potentially drum or disc rear. I'm pretty sure the HQ's already had a drum rear, so that's going to do that. And HZ, HX and Z, I feel like J and up might have had disc rears. Anyway, we're going to have to look more into that, but we'll come back to this. So moral of the story is we're able to adapt our front brakes to HQ, great, bear in mind, you've got to keep an eye on the stud pattern and the size of the wheels. So if you run HQ brakes, you can't have 13-inch rims. You have to have 14 or bigger. And then depending on the caliper that you run, obviously if you want to go up to a fancy brake package that fits a HQ, you're going to not be able to run, you potentially may need to go a bigger size, maybe a 15 or something. So, all right, start again. We've got an adapter to fit HQ brakes onto the EH stub axle. Problem solved there. We need to pay attention to our studs and our wheel size. No worries. Next is the master cylinder. So we've got this adapter to adapt a EH firewall over to a HQ master cylinder, which will give us dual circuit braking, which is good for safety. And then potentially if we need to, we're going to be able to have a VH40 boosted front disc brake master cylinder and booster assembly that we can mount in the engine bay remotely. And so that will give us better front brakes. And then as for the rears, depending on the master cylinder we get, if it's HQ, J, X, or Z, we may be able to get the appropriate disc brake rear end to bolt onto the EH diff, because they've got drums from factory on the rear of the EH, and provided they didn't change the sizing of this axle mounting point for the backing plate for the drums, the I think J, X, and Z have drum handbrake and disc foot brake. So we'll have to do some finagling around that, and I think it's going to need us to have the brakes in person to do it, but there's going to be an option there. Worst comes to worst, we'll be able to fit a HQ something onto the rear. We're going to come back to this later, but for now, we're going to leave it. All right, that is brakes done. Let's get rid of all this. Build plan. All right, brakes. So we go HQ front with adapter. HQ something rear. Adapter for, oh my God, need to learn to spell. Adapter for master and dual circuit master. I don't know, whatever. And then maybe boosted VH40. Okay, cool. So that's the brakes presumably sorted. We're probably, I think we're going to need to spend some more time on that to get it dialed in, but I'm happy with what it is. All right, let's go back to the rest of our list. Okay, drive shaft, whatever. Suspension. All right, so we already talked about this. So now we need to do some more research. So EH front springs. Oh, look at that. There's a whole bunch. That's good. Resto country. All right, now we want... So if we remember correctly... Oop, not that one. This one. Lowered at the front potentially. Jacked up at the rear. That's what we're aiming for. Seems stupid, and I still don't know if it's a great idea, but we're going to do it anyway because that's what the old boy used to have. All right, so we want to go to lowered. Lowered king coil springs. King springs, mate. They're the ones to go for, I tell you. What do we got? Front and lowered. Suit all models. Okay, cool. How much does it lower by? King springs, don't care. The following height, low. Vehicle approximately 30 mil below standard. So 30 mil, it's not massive, but I think it'll be nice. And we'll get some new springs there, and they're only 220 bucks. So that seems like a good solution to me. So let's go back to our list. So we go front, FRONT, is king lowered. Cool. Rear. Now we already talked about this, either reset or repacked leaves. Let's have a quick look to see what else they got. EH rear springs. Okay, so for 500 bucks you can get a set of springs. All right. So everyone these days lowers all of the cars, so like the whole thing. But we may want, let's see, the low standard height. All right. So if nothing else, we can potentially get some standard height rear springs, which is a good start because it'll allow us to, if we lower the front and keep the rear the same height, that'll give us the same rake look. Something else I didn't think of is, how much are these? 600 bucks. Okay, so that's expensive. So, I mean, leaves, unless they're rusted, they usually don't die. We can just change the rear, like the eyelet bushes, which we can 3D print. Do the 3D printing course when it comes out. It's good. We can keep the standard spring. So we just lower the front. That may keep the rear high enough. And then we talked about the ride comfort. So it depends on how much weight we put in the back. Will depend on sort of how heavy we want to go with the springs. But I think for now, we're just going to leave the rear springs really. That being said, we may need to get, if we're going to do some sick launches, bro, some tramp bars. So EH Holden tramp bars. Of course someone sells them. Rare spares. All right, so what the hell's a tramp bar? So if you're looking at this picture, you can see the chassis. This is a terrible... I'm sorry, we're so friggin' Osroader. Nah. We need to get a better picture. This is a great picture. Okay, so if we're looking directly down the barrel of the... like, imagine the wheel mounts to this face here, right? You can see that circled picture, that's the wheel. So we've got the axle there, and it's attached to the leaf springs, and the leaf springs are attached to the body. If you don't have a tramp bar and you accelerate hard and the wheels grip, something has to give. So the springs are what typically give to begin with. So instead of being this nice arch shape like you see at the bottom, they will get this huge S-up shape, bending both ends of the spring. And it will store energy in this spring until the energy in the spring overcomes the grip of the wheel, or even the whatever. I don't know the exact science behind it, but the bottom line is that energy has to release. When it releases, it like picks the wheel up off the ground, and then because of the weight of the car and gravity, it will push it back down onto the ground again, and then it will bind up a second time, and then launch it, and then bind and launch and bind, and just do over and over and over again. So when you see burnouts on the road and they go fat, skinny, fat, skinny, fat, skinny on the wheel, there's chances are someone's got some axle chain going brrr, and like shaking their car to pieces. It's horrible. So we don't want to have that happening. The solution is something called a tramp bar or a tramp rod or a traction bar or a slapper. Basically, you bolt it onto where the axle goes, and the bar comes back to a fixed point on the body, which is where the front eyelet mounts. And you give it a little bit of gap so it's got some give so you're not banging around all the time. And then when you accelerate, it forcibly sets the distance, or rather stops this the S-ing of the spring, because it doesn't, like this bar won't bend like the spring will, and so it just doesn't let it do it. Just that simple. So these slapper bars, you can make them pretty easy. Looks like this kit. Looks like it, I don't really know. I'll just have to look into it a bit more. But basically, that might be how it works. Nah, there's a rotary one. So you like attach it to the diff somehow, and then attach it to the body at the other end or something like that, and it just forces the length of it and just doesn't let it change. So this is only a problem with leaf spring cars, to my understanding. I mean, it may be a problem to coil spring cars, but I've never come across it. But yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is, and that's what we're trying to avoid. And yeah, if these people sell a kit, it's HK. We may just have to adapt our own thing, or not run anything to begin with, because we're not going to be doing sick burnouts. But this is something else to consider when you're building a mad hot rod to do burnouts with. So tramp bars, whatever, maybe tramp bars, front, rear. Okay, now shocks. I don't really care about shocks. I just want them to be comfortable. So EH, Holden shocks. So yeah, whatever, $500, $200. All right, there we go. XLG, $300. So we just replace Munros, whatever. I don't care. So just new shocks. Done. Next is sway bars. Again, this isn't a handling machine. The stock ones will do just fine, but for posterity, let's have a look at EH Holden. I need to just stop typing this. Sway bars. All right, looks like Whiteline sell them $250. So you can see how if you're changing the brakes, you're changing the shocks, you're changing the springs, you're changing the, like $3,000 easy out of pocket before you fit anything, and nothing fits. So it's always better to try and just get it running and driving as it is, and worry about all this crap later. So because the sway bars aren't going to affect us massively, I don't think, we're not going to put any attention to replacing them. If we get closer to the finish line and we've got money and time spare, then yeah, maybe I'll look into them, because obviously driving through Tasmania is going to be a lot of hills and a lot of corners, so it would be nice for it to not wallow around as much. But at the end of the day, it's not going to stop us doing the trip, so I don't think it's really worth it. All right, so that's suspension done. New shocks, and why don't we move this around? Cut. Then maybe tramp bars and sway bars and steering. So on EH, they've got these weird springed bolted joints for the steering stuff. I don't think that they're a great idea. Obviously the ball joints would be better, but I just don't have the time to sit down and figure out if we can adapt it all right now. In the future, I would hope that we're going to be able to either put a HR something in there, or convert it to one of these like Castlemaine Rod Shop complete front end. So if we go EH front brakes, you can buy kits from, no, not Rare Spares. We want Castlemaine. They'll do like a full bolt-in kit somewhere. These guys do a lot of kits, you know, like a full bolt-in diff kit. Here we go, front end. There we go. For $5,000 or $4,500, we're gonna have an independent front suspension, completely fabricated, new brakes, new everything, just ready to go. And hey, look at that. If you don't want to modify one yourself, they've got a HR front end that bolts straight into an EH for $645. That's not bad. The only downside is you're gonna have to find all the ancillary bits that bolt onto it. So that seems like it's gonna be a lot of issue, but let's have a look at the options. So these are just like different engine positions. Anyway, this is a changeover item. You must receive your bare stripped down subframe before we can begin work. Okay, so you still need to buy your own subframe anyway. So this does take a lot of the fabrication out of it for a fairly decent price, to be fair, but you get the idea. Where the hell, how the hell did we get to this? What are we talking about? Steering, yes. So you can get a whole one of these. And the other beauty of this is not only does it do all the fabrication for you, it also puts a steering rack in the car. Now, a steering rack is obviously a far superior design to whatever the hell steering Pitman linkage box crap that EHs come with. And I agree, I would love to run one of these, but I don't have $5,000 to drop on a front end for an EH. So we're going to ignore this and pretend it doesn't exist and just run with whatever we got. So we're going to leave it. But in the future, maybe we'll do a steering rack conversion with some ball joints and all that fun stuff. Okay, cooling. So, EH cooling radiator. Let's have a look at this. All right, plenty of options. $200. You know, there's plenty there. So if we look at the images, and none of them show me what I want to see. Basically, what I wanted to show was EH Holdens have quite a large frontal area. Yeah, none of these showing anything. EH front shot. Okay, so looking at this car, so you can kind of see this like faint line here and a faint line here. Let's just assume, this is an EJ as well, let's assume that that is the width of the radiator. So it's only covering like a third of the front of the car. So it's really not that much. Now, whilst you would need to cut the car up, you could potentially put a wider radiator in that takes up more of this front grille area and get more cooling effect because of it. Obviously, a larger radiator is going to hold more liquid. It's going to have more thermal efficiency, and then you'll be able to do more exchanging of heat with a bigger radiator. So if you're running a car that, like you're running an EH with a big V8, you're probably going to need to do this. You're going to need to cut that front, radiator ducting up to fit a larger radiator, and it's going to be a lot of custom work and so on. We're not going to be doing any of that. We're going to be running a stock EH radiator. Honestly, the one that's in there, if it doesn't leak, I'll probably just use that. Now, the reason for that is that these older radiators are typically better than the new alloy stuff anyway, in my experience. Now, I don't have any science to back that up, so don't at me, but I think that keeping it as a factory style thing is going to be better. One, because we'll be able to get parts like we already talked about, and two, because I feel like it's going to be more appropriate. Now, that being said, I want to get the car running and driving first and take it for some good summer drives before we go to Tasmania, because if anything goes wrong, I want to know about it before we leave. So the trip is in April next year. So let's say this time next year, January, we're hopefully going to be running and driving this thing around all over the place to just rack up some Ks and make sure the gearbox doesn't need to be rebuilt, the diff's not buggered, the cooling system can handle some traffic and some sitting and some whatever. That'd be nice. So as for the cooling, we're just going to go stock if possible, and maybe electric fans. So I may want to put electric fans on it because I don't like the sound. So an EH Holden has, I'm getting sick of saying EH Holden, radiator fan. Of course, it's just going to show me the fans, and I want to see it in a car. All right, well, at least you can see that you can buy a bunch of fans, which is great. Now, why am I shopping on images? That's one of these. That one's the fan. So these don't have like a viscous coupler like a modern fan does. These just run at all times when the engine's running. And then the speed of the engine dictates the speed of the fan, which sounds like crap, sucks power from your engine. I don't like it. So what we're likely going to do is leave the factory radiator and potentially rip out the stock fan because it doesn't come with a shroud anyway, so it's not very efficient regardless of how much it spins. And then probably put in something like this, or make a custom shroud that like covers the majority of the radiator and put a fan in it so it's like directed, ducted, whatever. So we'll just put, electric fans. I think it's a great idea. We'll obviously be upgrading the alternator because modern cars have to have a lot of electricity to run all your friggin' laptops and whatever. So we'll just pretty much doing that, and that'll solve that problem. All right, cooling done. Wheels. Okay, so again, we go back to this reference photo, and you can see the front. Deep dish chromies. So hectic. It's basically what we're going to do. So build deep dish chrome, CHROMIES. Done. Let's investigate that further. So EH deep dish chromies. Ooh. See, 13 by 6. Do not want. I want 14. 13 by 6. Bugger off. But this is the style that we're after. So either with 1 or 2 holes, I don't know. But you can see it's got a dish. It's chrome. Yeah, it looks kind of cool. Whatever. That's sort of what we're going for. Nothing crazy. Just that sort of same look that the old boys one had, which you can't really make out that well. But you get the idea. So he's already got a set built that's on his wagon. So we'll be able to reference those. And then as far as people building these wheels goes, if we jump on here and look up wheel building shop, I don't know what to search for, to be honest. Stylish wheels, the wheel shop. Okay, so there's general wheel building. That's bicycles. There was a company back in the day called, I can't remember. God, I'm blanking. Something engineering. Wheels engineering? No. I know. This is going to be the dumbest way to figure this out. I used to work at a workshop. Not Bunnings. Give me the maps. Okay. I used to work at a workshop way down here in Acacia Ridge somewhere. Where am I? How am I lost? Archfield. There we go. Not that one. This one here. So I used to work down here in a workshop, and there was a shop that I would drive past. Oh, it's that one. It's the closed one. No. Anyway, inside this workshop is the sign for the wheels, the company that used to make them. Something engineered. I can't remember. I'm blanking. Damn it. Anyway, I think I still know the guy that owns that shop. Like the wheel shop, that is. So we'll have to race engineering. That's it. Aha. Race engineering. And they don't exist. Good. Wheels. Nope. Don't exist anymore. Bugger. Oh, well, anyway, I'm going to have to find a wheel shop and just get them, I just have to get them a set of EH rims that are 14 inches and get them to build them for me. So that'll be that. So deep dish chrome is done. Interior. Okay, so we talked about this. Prem seats. Prem console. Prem heater. That was something I forgot to mention. So in the interior of an EH, they have a pretty gross looking dash. It's pretty bland. There's a speaker here. That's about it, right? I like the fascia here. That's nice. Steering wheel's cool and whatever, but I don't think we're going to run that. That was the other thing I forgot to mention, was the steering wheel. So obviously, if you've seen my builds, I love JDM drift crap. So I'm a stupid hot boy and I'm going to run an Arty. Too bad. That's what's going on there. The radio, I think they used to have a little button thing here, but it doesn't look very good. So we're probably just going to shove it under the dash somewhere if there's room. Or we put it in the Prem console. Never seen that done before. That'd be interesting. But this space is occupied by nothing now because we'll put speakers down in the kick panels. So what a lot of people do is they buy these things, which are little gauge holdy whatever doodads. So Dad, in his stories, he used to have a triple cluster, which was water temp, oil pressure, and volts, because the EH dashboard only allows for I think over here it just has like an alternator light that comes on when it stops charging. So we would rather have volts so we can see what we're doing. But I also want to eventually, with the SUs, we're going to need to be like tuning this a little bit, I guess you'd say. So I'd like to put an O2 meter on it. So we'll just aim to have an O2 meter. So that'll be 4 gauges across the dash in one of those 4-gauge pods, which I think we've already got one. The rest of the interior will be pretty much stock, and I think that's it. And then the Nardi steering wheel, obviously, which I think I already have as well. So that'll be fun. And the bucket seats, which we talked about. And then we have to remake the floor. So Prem seats, Prem console, Prem heater, 4-gauge thing, radio somewhere, and Nardi. And for those of you who are interested, if you've never seen a Nardi before, let's have a look. Images. These are all modern ones. And it looks like that. Something like that anyway. And then you'd put the Nardi button in the middle. I don't know. I reckon they're cool. I like the feel of them. It's just me being a JDM hot boy. All right, moving on. That's the interior done. All right. Now, this is some important stuff to consider when you're going to build one of these cars, or a car in general, is registration. So if you're intending to use the vehicle as a street cruiser, you need to make sure that the vehicle is built to a standard that is acceptable for registration. So if you are unsure of the build you're going to complete being acceptable to be registered on the Australian roads, then you need to go and see an engineer, or rather registered on the roads that you're going to be driving it on, you need to go and see an engineer. These guys have specific qualifications that allow them to decide if the modifications are going to be safe or not. It's better to consult an engineer prior to starting your build. That way, nothing you do is going to, well, hopefully nothing you do is going to stop it being registered later on down the track. Because if you build a car and a part that you make is integral to a bunch of other parts and it took hours to make and paint and all that crap, and then you take it to an engineer and they say, I cannot register this because of X, Y, and Z, you need to replace that section or whatever that you put in to begin with that is no good anymore, it's going to hurt, it's going to suck, you don't want to do it. Speak to an engineer first if you're not sure, and then make sure once it's ready to go that it is able to be registered. So with this build, we're not doing anything too crazy, to be perfectly honest. Like all this stuff, most of it's standard old Holden stuff, and in Queensland a lot of the laws allow you to put in engines. So because like the EH and the HD and G or whatever, they're all pretty similar, you can just sort of swap engines between them. They're all a straight 6 Holden engine. They don't really make 1,000 horsepower more or anything. They're all pretty simple. The gearbox is another thing. We'd have to potentially get that engineered with the cross member. It's another question. The drive shaft, maybe. The brakes are a big one. You would definitely need to get them checked and engineered just to make sure that they're going to work properly, because brakes are obviously super important and super safety. If your brakes don't work, you're going to die. So definitely get them checked out and get them engineered to make sure that they're correct. Now, the engineer is going to start talking about things like the proportioning valves like we talked about, and making sure you've got the correct circuits boosted and unboosted or whatever based on the caliper or drum matching you run. So you should do as much research as you can, come up with a game plan, go to an engineer and say, hey, this is what I want to build. These are the brakes I want to run. This is how I want to set up the system. Is this going to work? Are you going to be able to sign off on this? And they will either say, yeah, that's a great idea, or no, you're an absolute moron. Here's what I want you to change in order to get the brakes to work properly. So I guess that's a good way of checking if your research is any good, is to go to an engineer and say, hey, this is what I want to do. Is it going to fly? And they'll either tell you yes or no. So for registration, yes, that's about it. Engineering is probably yes, because we've got the brakes. So we'll need to go and speak to an engineer and say, hey, this is what I want to build. Are you okay with us running these brakes, running this, everything? Insurance, yes, it's a pretty simple thing. We're doing a big trip to another state. You're going to be driving tired. You're going to be driving with friends and family. You're going to be distracted. You're going to be sightseeing, all this sort of stuff when you're driving around Tasmania, at least in this instance. And because it's a street cruiser, I need it to be insured. Now, insurance is a whole thing. I don't know enough about it. I will hopefully get my old man to talk in the tips section about insurance in the future, but he is a bit of a wizard at it, and you will find that every insurance company is different, and the number of times we have been either screwed, nearly screwed, or watched someone else get screwed by an insurance company is ridiculous. So for us, This will be a classic car, which is going to dictate a specific insurance. This will be a modified classic car, which will dictate a specific insurance. And this will have very specific parts that are rare or hard to find on it. So pretty much the only insurance company that is likely going to want to touch it will be Shannon's in Australia. And as a result, I will need to detail out all of the things that I put on this car and all the work I do to it and the cost associated with all those parts and that work, and then the overall cost of the car. The reason for this is, at least with Shannon's, is if you end up in a crash and you have a, the bonnet spears on the EH, right? If you have a crash and those bonnet spears get destroyed and the car gets repaired and they go, right, we've put new guards, new grille, new bonnet on, and there's no bonnet spears, if it's not stipulated in the insurance policy that I have EH Premier bonnet spears on my EH, then the insurance company may not reimburse you or replace those damaged or destroyed parts. That's why it's so critical to have absolutely everything listed out and detailed out and provided to your insurance company in advance. Super, super, super important. Do not skimp on it. And a lot of the time, they don't care if it's legal or illegal to have that part on your car. What they care about is it's being installed and being checked for price. Now, if you have a crash, again, don't take any of this as legal advice. This is just me ad hocing the crap that I've figured out over the years. If you have a crash and you're at fault, anything that's illegal on your car that may or may not have caused that crash is probably going to void your insurance. So obviously make sure it's all engineered and registered correctly and safely. But if someone else crashes into you, you just want to get the part replaced. So you got to make sure it's listed. So insurance is a whole deal. Just, you're going to have to figure it out the hard way one day, but just do everything you can to make sure your car is covered correctly. Storage. So this thing, we are not building it tomorrow. We're building it over the next 15 months-ish. So it's going to need to be stored somewhere. I'm lucky enough that my old man has just enough space. You'll see in the future when I do videos on this that there is really not enough space, but he'll have just enough space. So the storage of it is going to be my old man's house. So we've got a spot to work on it, a spot to store it. It'll be kind of undercover, kind of not. It'll be safe. It'll be fine. So that's sort of where we're going to store it, along with all the parts. But storage is a very important part of these builds, because if you don't have anywhere to store it, or the place you store it disappears for whatever reason, and you're left with a car that you can't put anywhere, it is going to become very awkward very quickly for you. So especially if it's not finished, or it can't roll, or it can't drive. So obviously we talk about in our build course storage and the aspects of that, but you need to make sure that you have somewhere to store it at all times. Even if you need a backup or something, you gotta. Otherwise, you're going to be dead in the water with a car that doesn't run. Okay, so as you can see, we've now completed our build plan. Great, we love it. But if we go to this one, will you be able to achieve the goal? Yep, cool. So where will you find all of the above and how much for? So this brings us to the next big part of this build planning series, or rather research video, I guess you could stream. I got words, I'm running out. You wouldn't think after all the talking I've done. So for us, when we do a build, one of the biggest parts is where the hell do we find all these parts? And you've clearly come to Fury Garage Academy because you want the parts to be as cheap as possible, and you want to complete the build as cheaply as possible. And I agree. That's what I'm into, is building cars as cheaply as possible. So how do I go about doing it? If you've read either of the Commodore or the Supra courses, you'll understand that the Commodore course is a great example. During COVID, I built a supercharged rear-wheel drive 6-cylinder car for under $2,000 registered. That was a V6 Commodore with a supercharger. Amazing, right? Middle of COVID, who'd have thought? And then to best that, during the middle of COVID as well, I built a Target Top, which is cool to me, Mark III manual 2J Supra, running and driving and registered for under $6,000 in the middle of COVID, which is also really cool to me. At the time, for reference, a rusty S13 shell with no parts on it was $10,000, and a 2J long motor with no accessories was $8,000. So to build a Commodore that could, drive the same, like for the same purpose as an S13 for $2,000 instead of buying a shell for $10,000, and to build a Supra running and driving for $6,000 instead of just buying a long motor for $8,000, I was astonished by that. And so that me telling people those stories means everyone was like, holy crap, how do we do what you do? I'm like, let me build you a course. So here's the course. Anyway, all right, enough sales pitch. Buy it, enjoy it. We are going to work out how to find all these parts that we need for this EH. So to begin with, I already have a lot of these parts. My old man has been hoarding them for years. We've been talking about doing this build for a long time, but never very seriously because we never really had a reason or an event to. I love building cars for events. It gives me a deadline. It's much more enjoyable in my mind. So the EH All-State run down in Tasmania is sort of the catalyst for this one. And my cousin Martin, who's super keen to get into more builds. So why not do this one? Sounds like a great idea. So where do we start? Let's go. We're already in the Supra course, and it says, where will you find all of the above and how much for? So all the above referring to, everything we identified that we're going to need to do the build. So if we have a look and read through the course, it says there's lots of places you can look for all the parts you need to complete a build. Below is the list. Facebook Marketplace, Gumtree, Wreckers, word of mouth, talking to your neighbors about their abandoned shed that has a barn find in it, and taking the above step further. Sometimes you can talk to farmers about the cars they've left out to pasture. Usually they have no use for them, and you can snap them up for a bargain, but be careful and respectful and do not trespass. People may have guns. And then family members who have old cars and don't want them anymore. There's no limit to where you can find projects. I find it best to just go with the flow, as you never know where it will take you or what opportunities will provide you. So in this instance, we're going to be sticking to Facebook Marketplace because during a stream, it's obviously difficult for me to go to a farmer's paddock and be like, hey, bruh, let me buy some piece of crap out of your yard and also I'm filming you. Not going to fly. So we're just going to stick with Facebook Marketplace. That being said, though, the old talking to your neighbors, I actually saw yesterday my childhood neighbor. He was dragging 186 engine blocks out from under his house. We've lived there for 20 years and never seen these 186 engine blocks. They're just buried behind a bunch of, I think, church pews, weirdly enough. So you never know who's got what kicking around where. But yeah, hilarious that he had 186 engine blocks. And it turns out his dad was a big EH nut, but that's the whole thing. Anyway, so let's jump on Facebook Marketplace. I'm also going to, I think we'll just keep it here. So Stan, all right, cool. Facebook. All right, let's get rid of all these messages. Sorry if they pop up. Please don't read any of my messages. What have we got? All right, so we just clicked on the marketplace. There's a whole bunch of crap for sale. You can sort of see the things we've been looking up. Ooh, a HQ panel van. Pretty cool. Chevelle, wow. I think that might be in America. Anyway, you can just scroll through Facebook Marketplace. You all know how Marketplace works. Who knows what you're going to find? There's going to be heaps of crap. But ultimately, you're not here to just scroll through Marketplace forever. What you guys are after from me is the tips and tricks on how to find this stuff that no one else can. So, sorry, stand by. So, we're just going to click through this quickly. Time to count some beans. Can you afford the parts, tools, and running? All right, so we don't really care about that. Not right now. Why is this not working? All right, bear with me. We're just going to start looking through Marketplace. So with finding parts for old cars, it can be very difficult. If you just jump on and start typing, so as an example, let's just type in EH Holden. And for some reason, Marketplace is really slow on computers. I don't understand why, so please bear with me. Okay, so you can see we've got things like a $43,000 sedan. So this has got to be an immaculate example. We've got a $15,000, looks like a rat rod kind of thing, so it's probably like a half chopped together dealio. This one doesn't even have a price, so it's guaranteed to be like too expensive. $8,500, that's getting pretty decent. It looks like a bit of an old hot rod with the grills in the bonnet. You know, $1, it's definitely not right, but you get a shell. So what do we want to find? For us, we want to find a car that looks like it's survived. It's not too badly damaged. Most, if not all of it, is there. It just needs some effort to revive it. Everyone's going to have a different starting level, but ultimately you want to find something that you're comfortable with starting and finishing in the time frame that you've set for yourself without blowing the budget or your time or your relationships or anything like that. So scrolling down, you can already see we've run out of EHs. Or so we thought. More are starting to pop up. So immediately what this tells us is that because we're getting like a Brougham and a friggin' cylinder head for that's 149, that's not so bad. What is this, a VN? Like why is it showing us a VE and a VN when we searched for EH? It's because the Facebook market algorithm doesn't like people that search shit they want to find, right? You have to work hard to be able to find the things that you want on Facebook Marketplace. So for us, we will just start clicking through until we find a shell that we're happy with and a price that we're happy with as well. Okay, so going back to our list, we look here and we want a sedan and we want an EH Holden. Ideally, it'll have a 186 in it already, but I'm not going to hold my breath. And for me, I don't like paint and I don't like doing interiors. So if we can get one that's at least got a together interior that you could use tomorrow and paint that you don't have to spend 10 years on, that's probably the one we're going to go for. So we'll just start with the first one, $43,000. Astronomical, right? Again, you're going to have to bear with me because this internet Facebook crap is so slow. Okay, so what's it got? All right, I can already see it's got the center console. Love it. That's one thing we don't have to buy. It's got nice paint. Don't have to touch that. The interior's all there. Don't have to touch that. This is looking good. It's not a great color. I want blue and white. It's probably something else I should have mentioned. Body, shape, style, blue and white. So this is white on the top, which is halfway there, but the rest of it's not blue, and that looks expensive paint job, and I don't want to have to repaint it. It's got chromies, which is nice. The deep dish chromies is a good start. It's got some decent rake, nothing too crazy, but it's something. You know, it's got the chrome bumpers with no overriders. That's also good. Ooh, Venetians, very, very stylish. So you can sort of see that it does have quite a few redeeming traits. Ooh, that looks like air conditioning. And it's got a radio. Wow, it's got a lot of good stuff. So it's got heating, it's got air conditioning. This thing's ticking a lot of boxes. The interior looks nice. It's got some speakers. It's got some brakes. There we go. So that's the booster thing that we were talking about before. It's got an engineering certificate for those brakes, I presume. I don't know. So they've got a 149. Okay, that's and then obviously the air conditioning compressor on the side here. So that's a lot of work. The aircon might be engineered too. So someone's put a lot of time and energy into this car. Now that's all the photos, and oh, look at that. No rust, bare metal respray. This guy's gone nuts. And it shows because it is $43,000, which is so far out of our budget, it's not funny. So we're not going to be buying this one. But it's good to see that there's people out there that go to that level. And we know potentially what our project could be worth at the end. So that one, 43 grand, I reckon he'd probably get it eventually. It's not a nice color, so maybe a bit harder to sell, but so we could maybe sell ours for 30 if it's not perfect condition, but we're done. So that's a good thing to aim for, is try and keep a price around there. Because if you've read through our course, you'll understand that one of the big aspects is making sure that your price of parts and building it does not exceed what you could sell it for, because you want to be able to, if for whatever reason you have to sell everything and run, you at least break even. If you can't break even, you're probably doing it wrong, or you're doing it for the passion, which is a whole other thing. All right, so 43 grand, too expensive. Let's look at this one. 15 grand, that's a bit more reasonable. Let's jump into this, have a bit of a flick. So it doesn't tell you any kilometers or whatever. Bought sight unseen, parting out was sold complete without engine and wiring. Will come with HR disc brake front end for the right price. Ooh, body is full of rust, maybe salvage if you have a lot of time on your sleeve. Quote, a few years. Lots of really good parts to suit rat rod build. Make an offer before I start selling things off. Okay, so this thing sounds like a can of worms, maybe up our street. 15 grand's a lot for something that will take a few years to build, but who knows, maybe we can tolerate the rust. So right off the bat, it's been sprayed matte black, which looks like shit, but that's okay. The interior's missing some parts, but that's usually just timber flooring. The hood lining looks nice. The seats are in there. They look terrible, but they're there and you can use them. I don't know what is going on with the floor, but that looks like shit as well. And it's already got a top loader of some sort. So that's good. It's got a fancy stereo in there. The dashboard's missing some parts, but that's okay. Steering wheel looks nice. Looks like he's a bit of a tinkerer himself. There's so much stuff going on in the back there. I can see turbos and... Is that a 2J? Can't really tell. Looks like it. He's got a lot going on. Wow, okay. So he's dug into this thing in a big way and found nothing but death. So this thing is an absolute can of worms. So this must have been when he bought it. And someone's just put lipstick on a pig, and this guy's taken the lipstick off and gone, what have I done? Thus parting and selling. So this thing could be good, but it's a hell of a can of worms. And for 15 grand, I would want to get a lot of these parts complimentary, because he's talking about selling it without engine and wiring. So I would expect that it would have to come with a gearbox, and I'd be offering him like not 15. So that one's probably not going to fly for us. Plus it's a wagon, we don't want that. All right, let's move on. What else we got? All right, $1. Why not? Let's have a look. Okay. Needs a full restoration. No, you don't say. Well, it's a sedan and it's blue. It's a good start. I think it's blue. What else do you say? Needs something in their spare time. Also, EHU plus motors, gearbox, doors, chrome, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so he's got a lot of stuff. He's got 3 photos. Oh my God. Some doors, boot lid. It looks like he's got all 4 doors. It's a good start. There's an extra set of doors. It's front guard. Yeah, okay, so this thing is clearly $1 is probably a reasonable price. I wouldn't pay much more than that. It's going to be a heap of work. It's probably not what we're interested in. But, hey, you know what? If it's what you're into, could be it. All right, 8.5 grand. That's getting a bit more reasonable. What do we got here? EH Special. Special just like me. Okay, off to a good start. I can see it's got the bonnet spears. They look good. It's only got... It does have all 3, yep. And that... I don't know about these vents, but they can be kind of cool depending on the style you go with. It's got bucket seats, which are not the bucket seats I want, but they're bucket seats nonetheless. It looks like there's some rust in this front bumper, front bonnet, but that's okay because a bonnet can be changed easily. So what do we got here? EH Special, needs full restoration as you can see, but it's all complete. All complete is a good thing because it means that if you've got everything and you pull it apart to fix stuff, you at least know you have everything. Whereas if you get a car like that last one we saw for $1 that is just like completely missing, you don't know what's there and what's not. And believe me, I've had people say it's all there and it never, ever, ever is. People through potentially they're not trying to lie, they just lie. It's just whatever. There's just not all there. All right, let's keep reading. Needs full restoration. All right, has some dings as pictured, but don't care. Running a red 186 and a sleeker 5-speed. Whoa, look at that. Prem disc front end. Far out. This thing is ticking all the boxes already. What else we got? Was a hottie back in the day. Yeah, I'll bet. Motor runs, clutch and brakes need attention. Okay, that's fine. No holds. Not interested in your offers. It is a complete running EH with a lot of goodies. Bring cash and a trailer. Too good to wreck. And it's in Jacob's Well, so down the Gold Coast. Okay, so it's got some rims. It looks like someone has removed the stripes off the side, so I'm not too thrilled about that. Obviously, it's black and looks like shit. It's been punched in the front left. Oh my God, it's got some damage. I really hope you show some interior photos. All right, there we go. Okay, so it's got our booster. That's good. It's got an alarm. That's interesting. Air horns. 186, like he said. EH, yeah. Some numbers. What do you got under the rear? I don't know what he's trying to show us here. I'm not super familiar with the rear of EHs, but excuse me, nothing looks out of place. Maybe this sway bar is what he's showing because that looks like it's an aftermarket edition. All right, so that's about it. Look, you know what? Considering that other one was rusted and fucked for 15 grand and this one's only 8.5, I think that this is probably a pretty good starting point. Now, bear in mind, I said I don't like doing paint, so this may be too much for me to handle with the paint aspect, but you know what? I could do a black car. That wouldn't be the worst thing. The body looks like the worst part of it for sure. Oh, it's already got the triple gauges as well. Bucket seats. So, like, honestly, this thing's ticking a lot of boxes. And for 8.5 grand, you can probably offer him, I don't know, he said no holds, not interested in your office. Okay, so it's 8.5 hard. 80 at 64. It's a good year. It's a pretty decent car, honestly. I think that'd be a good start point for anyone. So let's put that one in the back of our mind. But let's keep searching for now. So 8.5's the price to beat with all the bits we want. Where were we? All right, 8.5. Okay, so 35's too much. 10's an EJ. I don't even like them. EK, HJ, Monaro. That's not a Holden. Nah. None of these are sedans. What's that? 64. Oh, okay. So here we go. This is the exact color combo we want. So it looks like he's basically done the build that we want to do as far as the color goes, but everything else sucks. Wow, he's done a really good job. I'm just flicking through this because obviously we're not going to buy it, but it's 32,000, so that's a lot. And he's written a long blurb, so I'm guessing he's an older bloke. Yeah, Bundaberg. Oh, it's a woman. There you go. I'm selling without registration. Okay, great. I think it's a cool car for someone that wants to just buy one and cruise, but not for us. We want to build one. Too expensive, too expensive. That's broken. Nope, 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 nope. Keep going, keep looking. VL. All right, I think honestly that 8.5 grand one's going to be our winner at this rate because these are all not EHs. Ooh, what have we got here? Ah, it's EJ. Miss me with that. Come on. All right. So we don't want an EJ. We want an EH. We want it blue and white. And I don't think that there's any for sale, unfortunately. All right, so we come to the end. Oh, no, there's more. VL, 4.5 grand. That's not bad. The other thing to consider is that when you're buying cars, it depends on the time of year and the time of economic cycle that you're buying in. So if you were buying stuff in the middle of COVID, everything was expensive. Like we sold one of these cars. It was just stock, nothing too crazy, respray. And it was like 40 something grand or 50 grand, which is nuts. Those other ones that we were looking at that were 40 grand are in much better condition than the one that we sold. It's just because of the market that we were able to sell it expensively. So you never know where you're going to find the pricing, but, console. You just got to keep an eye out, keep your mind open, keep scrolling marketplace whenever you can. Because just because we don't find what we're looking for today doesn't mean that we can't pick up something later. All right, I'm just going to go with that $8,500 one because I think that one was the winner. This one here, 8.5 grand, not a bad price for an EH. Now, obviously, oh, look at that. His last name's Fury. It's meant to be. Gosh, that's too funny. So obviously 8,500 is a lot of money for an old car from 1964. But for what we're trying to do, I think that this is going to tick the boxes. So we're going to go to our build, make and model, $8,500. All right, let's call it bought. Now, this is going to save us money in the long run too, because although that's expensive, if we look at the list of things that he's got, if it loads and lets me click see more. Right, running a red 186. Back to the build plan. Running this one. What am I going to put here? Check. No, just put that. All right. Triple SUs. Nope. We don't have them yet. Actually, we'll just leave that. Extractors of some sort. Does he have extractors? I can't remember. I can't see. Doesn't look like it. Looks like a standard exhaust. So let's go back to this. Extractors of some sort is no. All right. 5-speed box. Yes, he does have that. So that is running a red 186, running a sleek 5-speed. Great. So that's already two things we don't need to buy straight out of that. What about the drive shaft? Well, it doesn't matter because he's already got it. So we can put a X there, and then traction concepts. LSD, we need to put a price there. Suspension, cooling, wheels. All right, so we've got some deep dish chromies on it already, but they're not the ones that we want. These are like jelly bean races, and they're cool, but I'm not really interested. However, what we could do with these is spruce them up a little and sell them to pay for some deep dish chromies, because these mag wheels may be more valuable and desirable than the EH chrome wheels. So it means that we could be able to get the chromies cheaper. These sell more expensive, make a little bit of money back. Who knows? We're not going to account for that right now, but you get the idea. Deep dish chromies, prem seat. Okay, so it doesn't have prem seats. I don't know about a center console, but it does have the 4-gauge thing. So we can look back at that. I know it's got bucket seats. Maybe we'll just leave it because I don't really care if they're prem or not. That's more of my old boy caring. There we go. Oh, it's got the triple gauge, but that's all right. But it's got bucket seats, so we'll just put a cross in that because beggars can't be choosers, right? We're trying to build this cheap. We don't know about the console. We don't know about the heating. We don't know about the radio, and we still need to do a NADI. Okay. So, what else do we need? We're going to look up the price of a 186 just so we can list it down. Same with the Sleeker 5-speed and the conversion thing and whatever. Oh my goodness, so slow. Come on. If anyone knows why Chrome or Mozilla Firefox is just so slow when it comes to Marketplace, I would love to know, because this is like crashing at this point. Come on, there we go. All right. So, where do we get to? We were looking at EH Holdens. So, now we need to find a 186 red motor. Oh, look at that, $450. Cheap as chips. Now, this is an interesting point. So if you buy an engine that has clearly been worked on, and having chrome on it means it's been worked on quite a lot, and potentially by someone that cares more about how it looks than how it goes, you may be opening a can of worms. Now, I'm not saying that all of the ones with chrome on them are a bad thing, but I am saying that you potentially run more of a risk with a chrome one than you do without a chrome one. I think it's all just a crapshoot at the end of the day, but it's just something to consider. Now, as you can see, $450 for a 186 red motor. Let's just click into it and have a look. Red motor, told running when bought, cover 5 years, mainly reconditioning. All right. These old things will run forever. As long as it turns over, you're pretty much safe. So when you go, take a breaker bar. Ooh, it's already got a manual clutch. Take a breaker bar and just see if it'll turn over. If it turns over, you're probably good. If it doesn't turn over, then you're probably in trouble. For $450, it's not the end of the world. You probably haggle him down to 300 if you try it hard enough. Ooh, another one, 500, 186S. Need to clean out my garage. No use for it, just laying around. It's been sitting for years. Motor is 60 thou over. Good bores, minimal lip. Okay, so when people start talking about thou, that's how much machining work needs to be done to replace the pistons. So this engine has been rebuilt at least once. I can't remember if it's 30 thou or 60 thou that they do for a single rebuild. It has good bores. It may be 60 thou per rebuild, so it may be like 120 thou before, because I think you get 2 rebuilds out of them. I can't remember. It's been so long since I built one of these engines. So it's been rebuilt at least once, so that's probably good. Good for someone who's like to do a rebuild and has pulled out of the car and was running, but that was 30 years ago. Could still run, don't know for sure. Okay, again, these old cars, as long as they're not full of water, they will run. I'm comfortable that it will run. Comes with chrome and standard rocker cover, firm at 500. I have more pictures with the head removed from the motor. Okay, this is getting into a can of worms. Okay, why did he remove the head? When did he remove the head? Did he deck anything? Did he replace the gasket? What is going on? I can see rust on some of these things. The rockers look healthy and there's at least oil in it. 186S. Yeah, look, there's nothing to my understanding that's that special about a 186S except for the carbs, which you don't even get. So, look, that's an option, but it's not a great one. What else we got here? 202, 202. All right, the next one, HQ 186. Look out. HQ long motor. All right, that's good information. 2 photos. Sick, bruh. Look, for $220, that might be a decent deal. If nothing else, you could at least buy a motor that has parts on it that's, say, for example, blown, and then you could buy that one, swap all the parts across, and yeah, you know what I mean? Holden engine. What do we got here? 202. Okay. So this is where it starts to get a little tricky because we're trying to find something that we may or may not be able to find easily. Now, I have a theory that a lot of old people who have these cars try and sell them. Like that guy said, he'd had the motor out of the car for 30 years. That means old mate's got to be at least 50 because he would have had to have been like 20 when he pulled it out. So when you come across people like that, there's a good chance that they don't know how the internet works. They don't know how Facebook Marketplace works. They don't know how keyword searching works for like advertising stuff. So when you go to search for stuff, you almost need to put your mind in the position of the demographic you're trying to buy from. So these cars are old. You're probably trying to buy something from someone who is also old. So as a result, you need to start searching in the way that they, like as an example, this one here, says Holden 6. That's how everyone used to refer to them. And you'll also notice the price is the cheapest one. And you can see he's dropped the price because searching Holden 6 is not what people search anymore. People search for the thing they want, which is a 186 red motor. This guy has listed it completely incorrectly. Hasn't even used the number 6. He wrote the word 6. So if we'll have a look in this, a 161H motor. Okay, so it's not a 186, it's a 161. But it's a great example of what I mean. You can see it's been sitting forever. You can see it's standard. There's a good chance that you slap a dizzy in it, some carbs and an intake, and you're good to go. And it's out in the middle of nowhere, which means this dude's probably had this thing since it was new. And it's cheap, $155. So if you get in a bind and can't find a 186 to save your life, you could be able to just go out and buy this 161, which is close, and slap that in instead. Or you could even buy that, re-advertise it for $250 and make $100 out of it. I don't know. You never know. What about this one? 186 motor. So again, doesn't mention anything about a Holden in it. Just says 186 motor. Came out of a running HG Holden. New leads and plugs, cash only on pickup. $400. So they listed this 15 weeks ago. So nobody wants to buy this. They've just not changed the price. So you could hit them with that. And look, comes with carb and everything you need. So this is looking like a winner. You could hit them with $250 or $300. They would likely just want to get this out of their life if it's been sitting for 15 weeks. It's ridiculous. So you can see it's got everything. It's standard exhaust manifold, so we'll still need to find some headers. Again, standard carburetor, still need to find the triple SUs, but hey, that's a good one. And $400, honestly, what we've seen so far, this is a pretty good price. So I'm going to list that the 186 is $400. Now again, our car already has a 186 in it. Sorry, the one that we found to buy, so we're not fussed. We will list that anyway so that we get a total price at the end. All right, next is the triple SUs. Now, keen-eyed ones would have seen this as we're scrolling down. And look at that. Triple SU manifold, missing one damper. Oh, that sounds expensive. So that's the these things are oil-filled and they like dampen something. I don't know how they work. Need to be reconditioned. C size in pictures, not taking off manifold to measure. Ipswich, Queensland. There you go. So I am going to assume that these fit a Holden 179. There you go. So I don't know if the intake ports are different from like any of the Holden red motors. I suspect that they're not. So I would anticipate you could fit this. However, what we can do is you can see there's a part name links on this. So if we jump on here and look up LYNX, not Links Africa, Links Carb Adapters, whatever. Let's have a look at that. Links Performance Products, that's what we want. Having a squizizzle. Ooh, look at this. They got some fancy looking gear here. Links Manifolds. Oh wait, no, we want carburetor conversion kits. That does not help us. Links Manifolds. Oh, we should have... Oh, look at this. Man, these guys are fancy. Want Holden. Ooh, wee. Isuzu Holden 6, 12 port, 3 Weber. FJ to EJ, 3SU, 3/4 inch. Aha. So, the Holden 6 grey motor. The flange on cylinder head side left blank on purpose. This allows for further porting and the ability to mount manifolds slightly higher on the head to optimize flow. Well, that's interesting. Sounds like quite a bit of work. But it says the grey motor. We don't have a grey motor. We have a red motor. And believe it or not, that matters. I don't know why, but it apparently does. All right, it says twin SU manifold. What's this one? 1 Weber. God, that's ugly. Weber. Vauxhall. All right. Holden 6 red, triple SU, 1/2 inch manifold. Okay. 3/4 inch manifold. Holden 6 red motor. Okay, so I guess the red and the grey are different. Yeah, grey motor. Okay, so, but that doesn't look like the one old mate's selling. His looks like a red motor one. 179 is a red motor. Why did I even think? I don't know, whatever. All right, so we're going to assume that this will fit a 186, and I think it will anyway. So that's good. So we just need a damper. So $900. So now we need to look at SU rebuild kits. Carb rebuild kit. That looks really simple. Oh my God, this is a whole fucking can of worms, isn't it? Jesus, I don't want to deal with this. All right, so it's missing a damper. We're going to assume that this sucks because of that. We're going to shelve this idea. So $900, let's just park that. We'll see if we can find a cheaper one that's actually assembled or a slightly more expensive one that is actually assembled. Oh, there you go. Cane. That's interesting. Oh, look at that. Holden 6-cylinder extractors. $50. Are you kidding me? These look mint. Look at those. Those are friggin' sick. Don't worry about the dents, mate. So if anyone's... Oh, Pacemakers, they're a good brand. If anyone has seen Engine Masters, I think, which is the dyno show with Freiberger and Finnegan's mate. I can't remember his name. Steve someone? No, they'll check. Anyway, they get a set of headers on a V8 and beat the ever-loving hell out of them and almost close them up completely, and they keep making the same power. So having dents like that really doesn't affect it that much. So for our build, these are going to be perfect. So we're going to go with $50. I know that this isn't a very common score, getting a set of extractors for $50, but we're going to list it up here anyway. Where are we? Extractors, $50. Good deal. Back to our carbs. What else did we find? So again, this is just searching 186 red motor. So you can see that we're not actually directly searching for carburetors, but we are getting carburetor results. So we just need to keep scrolling through to see what we can find, and we may end up finding what we're after. However, we can't just scroll like this forever. We just need to keep chopping and changing. All right, so all right, outside results from your search. This can often be good too, because Facebook sort of suggests you some pretty wonky things. Like here we go, Holden red motor. Well, where to go? Come back. Oh, look at these ones, $25. Thought we got a deal before. Holden 6 red extractors, surface rust will clean up, pick up only. From Daybra. Wow, that's a nice day trip. Yeah, wow, these ones aren't even dented. Excuse me. Can I please look at the next picture? All right. Oh, yeah, those are friggin' sweet. Obviously, the downside is with that amount of rust, they could be a real nightmare. But $25, come on. You could replace sections of pipe if you need. So we're going to drop that, $25, because why not, right? All right. There was a good Holden red motor somewhere, but we've lost it. Oh, no, that's that one. So maybe it's further down. Down. Outside your search, that's what we want. 202, 149. There's our extractors. Blue motor, no good. Blue motor. Twin SUs. What else we got? These are all just leftover parts. Holden carby. Ooh, Holden headers. Okay, so this is the picture we were looking at earlier when we were talking about the 186S and the 186X2 style extractors. There we go, X2 or trying to split headers. Okay. Now these are 10 times more expensive, actually 20 times more expensive than the ones that we've currently found to purchase. And they look shittier too in certain thought processes. But if we go to our little picture, we can identify them. So these ones kick hard, these ones kick less. So then we go to that one. That one looks like it kicks hard. So these ones are 186S style headers. So they're slightly less valuable than the X2 to my understanding, because there was more 186Ss, right? But at the end of the day, these could be used. So we're going to put in our build plan $25 or $500, because those 186S ones are rare and apparently they do sound better. So look, it's totally up to you, but I'd be leaning more towards these. They are kind of cooler, to be honest. It is a lot more work to get them to fit, but it is what it is. So that's cool to find them. And they're just under Holden headers. So we haven't even looked for headers yet. And there they are. And we may not have found them if we type 186 in. Look at that. For $150 more, you can get some chrome pacemakers instead of the $25 rust pacemakers. But if you're building a rat rod, those rust ones, they'd be pretty valuable, more valuable than the chrome ones to you. You know, you just never know. So it all depends on your flavor and what you're after. All right, at this point, it looks like we're getting some diminishing returns. I mean, they're listing motorbikes for crying out loud. Holden didn't even make motorbikes. All right, so where do we get to? We're looking for SU carbs, right? So we go 186 SU carbs. Oh my gosh, why is it so slow? It's not because I've got 15 tabs open, is it? Okie dokie. Oh, we're down to one viewer. Well, I was shocked and impressed that we had 3 to 5 for so long. So thank you all for supporting me on my first stream. Ooh, these ones look fancy. Oh, they're upside down. Okay, so these manifolds are different. I've never seen these before, but they look pretty unique. So 1 3/4. Oh my god. Triple SUs with armorer's manifold. Suit 9-port head. Sitting a long time, rebuild, etc. Okay, I don't know what a 9-port head is. I'm assuming that means something. But these look cool. $1,200 is probably what I would expect to pay for triple SUs. They look decent. I mean, I'm sure they do need a rebuild. I don't know. We'll have to look what rebuild kits are worth. $1,200. All right. Triple SUs. What do these got? $700. Good condition, is told they're rebuilt. No linkages except what you see is what you get. Suit a 9-port Holden head. Okay, so look, everything seems like it's been sitting. This manifold design looks nice. It's $750, which is the cheapest one we found, and everything's there except for the linkages. Now, what is that? Water cooling. Oh no, it's vacuum. I'm gonna assume that we can buy a linkage kit for a triple SU. So let's have a look. So that's our manifold, and for reference, the manifold is a 1 3/4. There you go, 3/4 manifold. So it's $450, and it's out of stock, so you can't even buy it. So let's look for SU carb. What did he say? No linkages, all right. Linkage kit. All right, $50, $100, whatever. Okay, so you can definitely buy a kit. So let's just assume that we're going to buy these ones. So let's say $800 with the linkage kit. So that will do us for that. I'm lost. EH. $800. 800, which is pretty good considering we were looking at some for 12 and those other ones for $950 didn't even have all the parts. So I think these are going to work, and we should probably check out a rebuild kit too because he did say they need to be rebuilt. So SU carburetor rebuild kit. So looks like it's $100 for one kit, universal rebuild. So then it's $300 for 3 kits. So then that's going to be probably about $1,200 anyway. $1,100. So that's not bad. $1,100. I think that's all right. Okay, so we've got our car bought, we've got our engine bought, we've got our carbs bought, and we've got extractors bought. Now, when it comes to the exhaust, I'm going to assume that you either have the ability to build an exhaust or you've budgeted to get an exhaust made at an exhaust shop. It should only be a couple $100. If that, you should be able to do it. No worries. So this spread of $25 to $500 is going to either potentially incorporate your exhaust or not, but it's up to you. All right, 5-speed box. Now, we need to do a little bit of research on this. So we will look up Holden 186 5-speed adapter. Castlemaine Rod Shop. These guys stock everything. Oh my god, what are we even friggin' putting in this thing? I don't even know. All right, we've got Tremex Power Glides, T56, Magnum Saginaw, Toyota Celica. Let's have a look at that. Okay, so they've got a bell housing kit here, $795. Oh, expensive. So let's try and avoid that. Super alloy case. So the steel case is like the older style Celica boxes, and the alloy case is the more modern style Super Gearbox, for example. And $795. Okay, so they're the same price. So it's either $800 or $800. That's fine. So let's look on Facebook for either a 186 gearbox adapter. See what that nets us. All right, that is not what we want. I don't actually know. Let's have a look. Bell housing 486 red first in. Okay, so that is not what we want. What else have we got here? Datsun, Holden, car parts, gearbox. Okay, so this is potentially where we're going to have to get kind of creative. So whilst we know exactly what we're searching for, which is a 186 gearbox adapter, there may be people out there with these parts from way back in the day. For example, here, a W50 Celica 5-speed to suit Holden Commodore, $1,800. So this guy has put nothing about a 186 gearbox, right? He's put Commodore 6. So Commodore's not what we're after anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But the point of that is that you understand that we may not be searching for the most obvious thing. We may be searching for something that we don't actually want in order to find what we're looking for. So I'm just going to start fumbling through this and we'll see what we can find. So just searching what we've searched, it looks like this is not really yielding many results. RB30, Holden, whatever, adapter, no. No. Okay, so we go silly. Come on. Celica 5-speed adapter. I can't spell to save my life. But what have we got here? A W40 modified Holden 6 bell housing. See what I mean? You search like that was absolute gibberish because I was pressing the wrong buttons. Celica 5 Soed Adesitor, and I spelled it all wrong. And what do you know? There's one. How much is it? $300. Modified Holden 6 bell housing, clutch, modified cross member, and tail shaft to suit HQ utility. Well, there you go. So obviously we're not going for a HQ utility. I doubt he's going to be running a Toyota 4-speed behind a V8, so we're going to assume that it will fit behind a 202 or a 186, depending on what was in the HQ. And the utility tail shaft is going to be useful for at least the unis and the mounts, if nothing else. So, $300. That is a good start. Good old Jenny Thompson. Thank you very much. That's results from outside your search. Oh my gosh. Okay. APTOR. But you can see what I mean. W40 gearbox has nothing to do with Holdens, 186s, Celicas, nothing at all. But we still found what we were looking for. So we're going to keep hunting about. T5, oh yeah. That's the sleek one we already looked at. There it is. That's the one that we searched accidentally. This is another one. All right, these are not the sleeker parts we want, but you may need to search just like, I don't know, HG Holden wrecking, and that may yield the results. They may have put a 186 converter gearbox conversion into a HG, and then now they're wrecking the HG, so you can just buy that instead. You never know. There's also other options like these Holden gearbox variants that are top loaders. So this M22 and there's other ones like M20s, I think. They could be something that you're into. If you can't find the gearbox you're looking for, you may just have to compromise and go with something else. It's totally up to you and your imagination and what you can find on Marketplace. But honestly, looking around, there's not a whole bunch of stuff here that looks like we're going to be able to stumble across a sweet deal that's going to be better than that $300 W40. So I think we're just going to write down that we're buying that. Now, again, it's a 4-speed instead of a 5. 5 would be nice, but I think we're just going to end up with a W40. So let's go to here. $300. Thank you very much. So great deal, really great deal. And I wonder how long it's been up for, because the other thing to consider is she may not have taken down the ad, so we could be getting buggered here. Listed into them, but it doesn't say how long ago it was listed. But yeah, there you go. Now, this brings me to an interesting point. Not everyone knows this, but on Facebook, you can search someone's profile to come up with any other listings that they've got at the moment. So this looks like this person doesn't really do this professionally, because this, like, it's a great photo. They got all the bits there, but like I can't see the tail shaft. They don't have any angles. Pretty grainy shot. It's not great. So if we click on the person's name, so sorry, Jenny, I'm not doxing you. Don't message this woman. Her kids look lovely. And we go to other listings. She's only got a school blazer. So She doesn't have anything else listed, but sometimes you go into it and these people will be like getting rid of whole cars and they'll just have ads for like a bunch of different parts. And if you've got a good deal on one of the parts, you may be able to get a good deal on another part. So this is a good deal, but sadly she doesn't have anything else for us. So we'll go back to our list. Okay, we've got our car, we've got our engine, we've got our carbs, got our extractors, got our transmission, diff and drive shaft. Okay, so a one-piece drive shaft, we've already established that it came with the Toyota box. So we would be able to cut that up and use it for our project, but we're just going to, I've purchased one-piece drive shafts before. They're about $600, so I'm just going to put 600 here. But if you get lucky like we did and you manage to score it for 300 with a box and whatnot, then happy days. All right, Traction Concepts LSD. Let's have a look at that. So EHLSD. Traction Concepts, thank you very much. And that was 3395. Okay. So because it's got .com at the top, there's a good chance it's an American company. So we are going to get screwed with the conversion rate. But let's see, USD to AUD. I can spell. There it is. So what was it? 339, I think. Nope, not 1300. Let's double check that. 339. So it's about $500. So we're just going to put 500. I'm lost again. That one. Nope. That one. Yep. Go away. Go away. Go away. $500. Happy days. And then as for installation, maybe you need some gasket goo or whatever. That's fine. All right. Suspension. Let's look at our what's it called? Front springs lowered. All right, we are just going to go with these ones. $218, done. Super, super easy. We don't care about that anymore. $218. Rear. Okay. We will just look at a new set and say that's our worst example. Thank you, Luke, for the message. The reason I'm buying brand new stuff for the springs is gearboxes is one thing. You can't really buy them brand new anyway, so you're kind of stuffed. But suspension and brakes are such an important part of the car that it's better to either get them rebuilt or buy them brand new, because if they fail and you need them, you can get in some serious grief. So it's always better to just, if you can avoid it, buy brand new. And as a result, that's what we're going to do for the EH rear springs. $450. Well, that sucks, but we're going to do it anyway. So these ones are $450. Okay, and shocks. So EH rear shocks. Munro's 186. All right, let's do it. What's the difference between those? The GTs. Yeah, let's go GTs. So front is dollars, and then rear is 186. Front. eBay, Munro's, GT. We'll just get matching, so 160. Perfect. We're not going to worry about any of that crap for now. All right, cooling stock if possible. Yep, electric fans. What do we got here? So electric fans are a pretty contentious point. All right, that's not what we want at all. So they're a pretty contentious point because if you don't design it correctly, you're not going to have the correct airflow that you need in order to, I guess, do it right. So Davies Craig, they are a pretty prominent company and they do a lot with fans. So they're a great company to buy from. So look, I don't have a massive amount of experience. You can get them off eBay. They're probably not going to perform that well. Poor man pays twice, yada, yada. Your shroud means everything. So we're just going to go to Davies Craig and check it out. And then we would need to measure the EH radiator. I'm going to assume 16 inch is probably enough because we don't want anything small. We want it to be a decent size. And then we'll just buy a universal fitting kit. So a single fan kit. So what's the 16-inch electric fan worth? I have no idea. Does he have pricing? Oh, look at this. Hey, there you go. See? Pays to do some research. So upstream pusher or downstream puller. What does it say? Put it. Flush against that. Downstream puller fan pulls air through the radiator and has less impact on airflow at high speeds. Downstream puller fan is slightly more efficient than a pusher fan. There you go. So we're going to want a puller fan. This tells you more about it, but we don't care. Straight versus curved blade, yeah, whatever. So all that matters is that theirs is at the top of the food chain. That's what we want. Don't care. Winglet. Interesting. Don't really care about that either. How much is it? Give it a price. I want that one. Is that a pusher? I don't know. 12 volt, whatever. Is there a button? I can press that. Oh, look at that. Only $90. Oh, that's an 8-inch. Where's the big boy? 16. There we go. $200. That's pretty cheap. And then they got a thermostatic switch, which is another good piece. So that's $200, $300. And that's about it. And a fitting kit. Single fan mounting kit, $30. So what was that? $340. Okay. Fan is done. $340. Easy. Deep dish wheel chromies. I don't remember how much these cost to build. So we can just ring my old boy. We'll get him on stream. Live on air. Dad. Hopefully he doesn't answer too rudely. It's going to be rude if he doesn't answer. How disappointing. Well, hopefully he'll ring me back before it ends and we can get a good price out of him, but what a joke.
G'day.
Hey, I've got you live on stream here. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, we're just trying to work out how much it costs to build a set of deep dish chromies. What do you reckon for 14s?
Well, first of all, you got to buy 8 wheels.
8? Far out, yep.
And then you got to cut them in half.
Yep.
And then weld them together. And then you weld the center back in at whatever, how you...
The offset, yep.
Yeah, so that gets it all together.
Yep.
But then if you want to chrome them as well, then you've got to weld the center... Sorry, you've got to weld the center in after they've been chromed.
Oh, okay.
So there's quite a lot to it. Last time I looked at chroming anything, it was just too ridiculous to even bother.
Oh, great.
So maybe you get some chrome paint and paint them. That's advanced a long way these days.
God, this is going to be fun.
But to make I would be buying 14s as opposed to making 13s.
Yeah, we're definitely not making 13s. They won't fit over the brakes, so we'll have to do 14s. But
I think we should be able to get them off the shelf.
Oh, wow. There you go. Well, what would you pay for a 14-inch EH rim anyway?
I haven't looked for years. It'd just be a standard sort of thing, whether it's $100 or $150 or something.
Gosh, times by 8. That's not cheap, is it?
Oh, well, you only need 4 if you're buying them already made.
Oh, right. I get you. Yep. Okay.
So if you're just buying the metal things and going to cut them up, it's probably anywhere from $20 to $50 a rim.
Yep.
Depending on whether how some places sell them new.
Yeah.
For trails and stuff like that. So that'd be probably the best way to go. They're nice and straight.
No worries. All right, sounds good. Thanks for that.
See you, bud.
Bye. Well, there you go. Not as simple as I thought it was. Didn't realize you had to cut them all up and everything. So, all right, let's have a look. EH rims. Gumtree. 15-inch chrome smoothie steel. Early Holden. Haha. That was easy. $220. PCD smoothie. Width 6 or 7. Backspacing. Quantity. BCI wheels. Listing is for your choice of any one-piece wheel from the below specs. Dedicated early Holden pattern. That's what we want. Brand new in box. Buyer can also use own factory caps, no center cap included. Custom offsets and color changes will be available. Double dipped in nickel chrome. Wow. Okay, these look like the go. So I like fatties, so we're going to go with 7-inch rims, and then the back spacing. So I can never remember with rims. I feel like more back spacing. I don't remember. We'll have to figure it out. There's only 2 options. They're not a huge difference. So it's like what, half an inch, somewhere there. But yeah, I think these would be a good option. So was it $220 a wheel? So we need 4 of them. I wonder what that says. Wheels and tires. Wow, here's a chart you can use to work out. Oh no, it's just rolling diameter. Okay, so $220 each. $220 times 4. Easy done. Prem seats. All right. We're going to take a break. I'm going to run to the bathroom and I'll be back and we'll keep going. We're getting close. I know we've been going for nearly 3 hours now, but I don't know, probably another 2 to go. So hang in there. All right, I'm back. Okay, so Prem seats. So Prem. Just so you get an understanding for what it means, Premier, or Prem, stands for Premier. So there were different trim levels with EHs, and Premier was sort of the highest trim, so I believe it was anyway. They got fancy things like seats. I don't know. I wasn't around, but we can look up some Premier seats on Facebook Marketplace. Okay, so EH Holden Prem seats. Well, this bodes well. There is nothing. Okay, this is where we get to tap into our new searching ability that we learnt through Fury Garage Academy. So we basically need to get creative. A lot of the time you will see people, we've already talked about this, a lot of the time you'll see people advertising things incorrectly. As an example, Holden parts galore. What the hell does that mean? He's got stuff from every different model. There's carbs. Oh, look at that. See? This is how you find stuff. This is an X2 intake intake manifold. These are rare and expensive. Now, if we look, 186 inlet, 186S inlet, dual red motor, Kane inlet, Thomas inlet, red motor, Roadmaster. See, I don't even know which one. There's another one there. Okay, so there's the Kane one, which is this one, $150. And then that one up there says Thomas. That must be that one. So then one of these must be the 186S one. I think it's that one. That would make sense. Well, there you go. So those are two really, really cheap twin carb intakes. So if you've got a Stromberg on your 186 and you can find another Stromberg cheap, which they're not expensive, you could end up with two Strombergs, one of these carbs. You could get a twin carb, cool looking setup, similar to an X2 for, what is that? Maybe $300. Like, that's not a bad deal instead of paying $1,100 for the triple SUs that we did. But this is a great example of people advertising things very poorly. So right now we're looking for EH Premier seats. So another thing they call them is EH front buckets. This is where just a little bit of general knowledge on cars, on nomenclature, if you will. Front buckets. EJEH parts. That's another good one. Few parts. Okay, none of those are useful to us. A lot of the time you got to dig through photos and see things in the background and all that sort of stuff. EH subframe, front bumper, H series Holden parts. Those look like HQ things. So none of those are what we're after. Ooh, EH front bar, center, and passenger side. So this is another good example. So this guy has 2 parts of a chrome bumper for a Holden. For an EJ, center bar and passenger side, has pitting and a few dents, hence the price. Okay, so it's not perfect, but it is chrome and it looks all right. So you might be able to get away with it. So it's $100. Maybe you've got the other missing part and you can build a full set. Just things like that to keep an eye out for. Here we go. EJEH parts. Parting out a complete wagon, crash box, roof gutters, floor full of rust. So he's just going to have a bunch of random parts. So it could be you're missing one door handle, there's a set. You're missing some sticker things, there's a set. Just got to keep an eye out. Now, if this guy's parting them out, it's because he knows what they're worth as well, which makes it tricky. HG front end. Holden front grille. HRHD parts. Ooh, Gerlock. We're doing brakes last, by the way, because they're the monster and I don't want to deal with them. Windscreen corners, EH parts. Holden bucket seats. Why are they so expensive? Doesn't make any sense. All right, it looks like there's not a whole lot on Facebook for EH bucket seats. What are these ones? See what's in this. Looks like some shocks. I don't even know what those are. I don't know what those are. Okay, this guy is terrible at advertising. Has no words at all. Not very helpful, mate. Do better. Okay, we're going to switch over to Gumtree. So if we look at our list. Oh, that's right. This doesn't work, does it? Time to count some beans. Give me this one. Scroll to the bottom. Nope. What can you afford? Detailed planning. Hunt begins. Looks like I haven't written enough about it. Good. Here we go. Gumtree, number 2. So we're going to go there now and look up EH Prem seats. Can't find anything. Home and garden. I don't want home and garden. Give me cars. Holden seats then. See what that comes up. All right. There's old mate. The problem with Gumtree is that everyone lists everything for sale under all these different... So if you looked up Supra, you would get every car on Gumtree. It's ridiculous. It's really frustrating. Wow, original rear seat. That's pretty uncommon. Here we go. Premier bucket seat. $600. What a rip. But you can see what we're sort of going for. So it's got this nice looking bolstered style. It's not even bolstered. Just nice looking style. And then it's got the chrome pieces around the edge, which are fancy. And then obviously the mounts here, which look like rusted crap. So old mate is dreaming for $600. So Keith sounds like an old codger. Looks like he works at a wrecker. So Holden Premier bucket. 7 Hills is like Sydney or something. Look, you can lowball him if you want. I doubt you would either ever see the seat or the money again. Totally up to you though. Premier bucket seats. There we go. $1,300. My God, these are expensive. Okay, these ones look neat. Missing an ashtray off the back. Got some tears in the front. But that's what we want. HR Prem buckets. All chrome strips and ashtrays included. Oh, that's good. Runners in good condition. Seats will need to be recovered. Pick up various locations. Sydney. No pay ID. Cash on pickup. Okay. So these are they say for all of them. So it'll fit. So these will work. So what's that? $1,300. God, that's expensive. Do we have any other options? Only parts, EJ. Oh wow, stainless, nice. Oh yeah, there we go, $1,000. Oh my god, what a fucking dichotomy! $1,300 for seats that you'd pretty much just sit on and go, or these for $1,000. I think we're gonna buy the $1,300 ones. I didn't realize how expensive these friggin' things were. So this is a good example of you decide you want something and then you come across it and go, oh my god, this is a terrible idea. I don't want to do it anymore. This one looks pretty good actually. Really good condition. It's because it's a bench seat. I don't know about you guys, I'm getting tired. This has been a long stream. Get to the bottom. What do we got? Page 2. Rear seat. Premier center cushion. All right, we're running out of seats here. So I think $1,300 is it. Look, not everything's cheap, sadly. Sometimes it stings. So let's go to this one. Prem seats, $1,300. So that makes our $8,500 car a whole lot cheaper because we just don't have to buy bucket seats, or Prem seats rather. All right, Prem center console. No, wait, we don't have a cross there. What's wrong with me? Let's have a look. Prem console. $1,800, $950. My God, these are worse than the freaking seats. Ooh, $600. Original steel, original paint with new old stock switch. Includes air conditioning unit also. What? That's so cheap. I might actually buy this for our project. God damn. The only thing it's missing is the chrome. Glen Innes. Bloody Nora. Alright, I'm going to take this off this page and share it with my old man because I think he actually may want to buy this. Because this is a part we're still looking for our EH. All right, let's get back over here. So that one looks great. Yeah, cool. All right, so that's just a respray and then find some chrome pieces, which I don't know if we're going to find them, but I'd rather have metal than chrome. So anyway, it's, how much is that? $600. Expensive, but doable. Holden diffs, Holden parts, HR, Holden center console, no thanks. We want EH. Doesn't look like we're getting a better deal than that. Because these ones are stupid expensive. I mean, that one is really nice. Original condition. Wow. It's crazy for original. It's missing some. Is it? No, it's not. I can't tell. Anyway, there you go. So, $600. I think that'll do it. And you could probably pull up old mate for like $500. Prem console, $600 included above. I think that photo was terrible, and he said it was air. Includes air conditioning unit. So I don't know what that means. I feel like that's not a heater. So that could screw us. Ugh. All right, EH Prem heater. So not included above. But now we have an air conditioning thing. What else we got? EH parts, more EH parts. Give me the heater, bruh. EH Holden. Okay. Now we're going to have to start digging through this junk. All right, that's the worst photo ever. What about this one? Whoa, this guy's got a lot of stuff. Okay, so this is where you can find things that you would otherwise not. Ooh, so that is an EH heater, but that is a crappy one. So we're after the one that goes into the console in the center and has the big switch, well, like we're looking at. This one just sort of sits up near the vent, and you either open the vent to let air through this, which would heat the cabin, or close the vent. And I'm seeing nothing else of use, just that. And that one does look brand new, which is cool, but it's not what we're after. And you can see these flexible hoses here. You would just sort of direct them down to your feet from that heater. Okay, so that's not going to work for us. That's fine. What else we got? Vintage car parts. All right. None of those are what we want. Just a bunch of junk. EH radiator in good condition. Yeah. Dashes, switches, HX Holden box, very different to EH. EH sump, none of these are EH heater boxes. Holden heater core, what is that? HZ, don't care. So this is a part that I would expect would come up not all the time, but regularly enough. So you would likely need to keep an eye on it, like to search Facebook Marketplace sort of not every day, but every other day, because you just never know when these sort of things are going to pop up. So when it does pop up, you got to be ready to jump on it. So yeah, I guess sit down and figure out how much they're worth, and then have that money set aside. Or you could start going on to groups. So there'll be, let me just have a quick squizizzle. Allstate Run Tasmania. Yeah, it's Holden's Australia. Okay, cool. So let's go back over to here. So this is a group called EH Holden's Australia. It's got a few members, nothing too crazy. Now we can scroll down and go, does anyone have bits for sale? There's even discussions, media, questions, events, files. You can sell something. These are top listings. Here we go. Look at this. All parts pictured in good condition. This guy's got some serious gear. So these are these headlight bezels we were talking about. They've got some chrome bumper bits, some rocker covers, screw down doodads. All this stuff looks great. Some of it's in packaging. Awesome. So I've not seen that in our searching today at all. Here we go. Holden diff out of a HQ1 tonner. Hasn't turned since being overhauled. There you go. So that could be a good diff. I don't know. But you get what I mean. Just searching through this stuff, you're going to find all sorts of bits and pieces. And I just remembered a part I can't believe I forgot we need to buy. Where is our build plan? Interior. Actually, I can go in this. Hanging throttle pedal. That is important because I hate floor pivot pedals. Okay, so you can see how there's a bunch of stuff advertised in this group. Ooh, car heater, good condition. What the hell is that? I've never seen that before. I don't know what it is. It says it's a heater, but I don't believe him. So you can see how there's a bunch of stuff advertised that we haven't seen in our marketplace at all. So you can only, I guess you can only find this stuff in marketplace listings. Here we go. Some sort of transmission. I don't know what it is. Toyota Corona 4-speed. There you go. So that may be able to be very similar to the one that we adapted. $350, slightly more expensive, but it could be a good backup. Coffee pot top bearing. What the hell is that? I don't even know. But so I think that's even the same guy. So we can James something or other. Let's go back. If it lets us. There we go. What's his name? James. So we go back up to that weird heater dude. Waiting. Ooh, I didn't see them before. They look good. Keep scrolling. There it is. Heater. James, hey, what do you know? So that guy, you could have messaged him and said, hey, I'm looking for a heater box. And you go, oh, what's it for? And you say a premium. He goes, well, I don't have the heater box, but I do have the console. Bam, there's your perfect condition console you didn't know you couldn't find. So, yeah, I guess you guys can understand what I mean. So that's just another option. Okay, where'd we get to? Heater. I think it's going to be another Gumtree search because I can't be bothered to search all of the groups that I'm on. So EH heater. Ooh, heater with no console. There you go. That's the part we need. Looks like all the bits are there. Kind of looks like crap, but it's there. How much does he want? $500. That sucks, but it's there. Also, if you remember, this is Keith, the guy that was at the wrecking yard who had the Prem seat. So he clearly knows what things are worth, because if we remember correctly, he wanted $600 for that decent condition Prem seat, and it was over $1,000 that we would have ended up paying anyway. So I think it was $1,300 we wound up with. So I mean, honestly, his Prem seat was cheap. It's just a shame he only had one. So this is a pretty good console. I don't think it says how long it's been advertised for. Oh, actually, I don't want to see this guy's number. Dox him. Anyway, you get the idea. So what's that? $500. Cool. What else we got? Heater cups, whatever. So there's the discount version for $80, but I don't want that. I want the fancy version. Windscreen demister, negotiable, is in WA. Oh, here we go. Warm rider heater, $195, but you can see it doesn't actually have a heating element, so that one's no good to us. Sorted heater cores. Okay, we don't really have much of a choice. We either get an $80 cheap crappy one, or we pay old mate $500. So we're gonna go with $500. Sucks, but is what it is. Prem console, $600. I think old mate had his Prem console for $500, didn't he? No, it was $1,000. Okay, 4-gauge thing. How much are they? I'm pretty sure you can buy them new. EH 4-gauge mount. There you go, $70. Done. $70. Radio. Okay, so that's fine. The radio doesn't really matter. Say it's $200. We'll just grab whatever crap we can find. It's super cheap. Okay, a Nardi. They're like $350. But I've already got one of them, so that's fine. And then the hanging throttle pedal. All right. EH. EH hanging throttle pedal. There is a guy that makes these. I don't think it's that one. Accelerator pedal bracket for EH. HP tuners. Why don't I remember? I've got it on the other freaking computer. Idiot. Maybe that's it. No, it is not. Throttle hang. Throttle accelerator pedal. Nope. Nope. Why can't I remember this? Guys, details. Okay, so basically what it is EH Holdens have a throttle pedal that pivots off the floor, and like a BMW does, and I hate those throttle pedals. They just irk me to the high heavens. And some dude I watched maybe a year or two ago on Facebook go through the rigmarole of figuring out how to build EH Holden accelerator pedal. Figure out how to build a bolt. There it is. Mad Folk Engineering. Come on. So this guy figured out how to bolt it all in to the car without it hitting anything, and it pivots from, it's like a hanging setup instead of a floor mount setup. And if this ever loads, I'll show you. Now, while we're here, it says out of stock for $215. So we're going to list this as $215 and assume that he builds one in time, because it's like 15 months till the event. So fingers crossed. Where's our, oh, there you go. Look at that, fancy AF. So it's got the nice bracket there. It's got the adjuster there, and there's the pedal hanging down there. And that's the old mount on the floor. So the pedal's in the exact spot. And I just like these ones so much better. So we're going to put this one at, what was it, 215. Oh, here we go. Assembled. Yes, please. Put it together for me. Yeah, no, I'll put it together. Painted. Painted black. Bolting. So $264. So $265. That's not bad at all. $265. Because this falls under the category of street cruiser. So if I'm driving this car, and I've driven a lot of EHs, and the throttle pedal falls off because it's poorly designed, which it has happened and I do not like it or recommend it, then it's going to drive me up the wall. And I can't even spell. No, vehicle's fine. It drives me up the wall. So I would rather have a good throttle pedal for $270 or whatever than crap that drives me insane all the time. Okay, throttle pedal. Good. All right. The rest of them are insurance and rego and crap, which is your problem, not mine. Lastly, we have got to deal with these brakes. My goodness. 4 hours in. How are we traveling? Everyone good? There's only one person here, but is everyone good? Having a good time? Are you learning lots? I hope so, because I am. So, next is the brakes. All right. HQ front brakes. What can we get? Left and right. That's Ford. Nobody likes Ford. Where's the Holden? Disc brakes, pads, nuts. Good. Resto country. That's what we want. Holden front disc brake rotors and pads, nuts and caps. A free set. Wow. Standard front rotors with enhanced anti-rust coating. A set of front standard brake pads. Okay. The trouble with buying any of these kits is that we are going to need to re-drill our discs to a early Holden pattern, not a HQ pattern, because they changed when they went from HTKG to QJX, I think. So we need to look up HQ disc blanks. Can we get them? Discs with Tirana patterns, discs available, Street Series standard, undrilled. That's what we want. Oh my god, that's expensive. $321. Guess that's what we're after. DBA street rotors, direct fitment replacement for all vehicles, painted kangaroo paw, whatever. I'm just going to assume that it is undrilled because it said it. Go away. Oh, there you go. Undrilled. HQ. Perfect. That's what we want. Okay. So $321. Done. We're going to need to break this out a bit, aren't we? Okay. So HQ with adapter. Dollars. EH front brakes. It was a Castlemaine deal, wasn't it? So we need to go to that one. Brakes. And then it was our adapter. Here we go. Ooh, look at this. Early Holden Kingpin front end. Oh, that's, yeah, I thought it was the diff. Anyway, WB to HQ. Okay, so $285. Would you like discs? DBA 014. DBA 014. Look at this now, would you? So these were $418. I can get them here for $200. That's more than half price. My God. All right. So we're getting WB discs and these Kingpin, whatever doodads, dog bones, for grand total of $485, which is pretty good, I think. So if we go, this one is how much? $285. Then we go HQ discs. Ooh, actually, nah, surely not. Surely they're blanks. So you would need to contact this company and say, hey, I'm buying these, but I want to know if they're blanks. Or you've drilled them to be early Holden. I don't know. You have to find that out. WB disc, HQ disc. All right, so that was $200. Good deal. HQ adapter. HQ discs. HQ caliper. How much is a disc? How much is a caliper? HQ brake caliper. All right, so to my understanding, there's two different types of HQ brakes. There's a PBR brake and a Gerlock brake. Now, the PBRs were cast iron, the heavy as AF. The Gerlock brakes are cast aluminium, much, much lighter. I think I'm lucky enough to already have a set of the Gerlock brakes, so we'll be using those. There you go, PBR, cast iron. too heavy. So we want to look for these Gerlock doodads. Ooh, what are these? DBA. These are brand spanking. $200. That's pretty cheap. These look like steel. I can't remember. Probably tell us. OE direct replacement, bolt-on fitment, brackets, whatever. Kedron, who cares? What are these for? Why doesn't it tell me? Will this fit my car? One question. Does it fit my car? Well, there you go. No answers. Only 24 days, I guess. Oh, it's Repco, that's why. Okay, so let's just assume that Repco is going to be able to stock these for $200. So, God, I need to freaking look this up, don't I? Automotive Superstore, OE direct replacement. You keep saying it's an OE direct replacement, but for what? What do they fit? Land Cruiser. What the hell? I don't want Land Cruiser brakes. Alright. That's of no use. Repco, you fired. What else? PBR. Nope. 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 Willwood. No. eBay. What have you got for me? Holden. PBR. So $120 ain't terrible. Ooh, damn. Get some Brembos. Ooh, Monaro ones. They're expensive. WB Gerlock alloy. $350. There you go. Let's just say they're $350. What about these ones? Doesn't say anything. Maybe we should search Gerlock. HQ Gerlock calipers. $350. All these are useless. Gerlock. Gumtree coming through with the goods. $250. Wait, Gerlock is not cast iron. Negotiable. That's not helpful. Ooh. The HR drum brake stub axle convert to HQ disc brakes. There you go. $500. Gerlock negotiable. I don't want negotiable. Give me a price. $700. Negotiable. $500. Ugh. $280. Right, looks about $300 as a go, eh? So let's just put $350. That'll do. $350. Okay. So we've got our adapter, we've got our disc, we've got our calipers. Probably get some pads. HQ pads. Pads. Okay, now I am going to search at Brakes Direct because I know the guy that owns it and he's a really nice guy and he works incredibly hard and they provide a great service and awesome products. So, Holden. Model is... They may not actually sell them. I didn't think of that. HQ. Huh. There you go. Well, I guess I can't use Brakes Direct. Brakes Direct. Okay. Brands, brakes. Yeah, I guess they don't sell them. That's a shame. Oh well. HQ pads. Well, that is not what I wanted. Brake pads, please. Resto Country GP Max front brake pads. That looks good to me. $43. Honestly, I'd probably go to like my local Bursons or something and buy them. So we're just going to put $50 as the price because that's pretty reasonable. And that'll get you out of trouble. $50. Don't forget to go on the discount section to find out if there's any retailers near you that have a great discount that you can take advantage of through Fury Garage Academy, because we lay out how to access all the discounts on our discount section. Be sure to check it out. Okay, HQ rear stuff. Go away. HQ rear brakes. Okay, they're all drum. That sucks. All right, HX. See what that comes out. They look like drums too. I don't want drums. When does it switch to discs? HXJ, HZ. Let's try that. Drums as well. Rear disc. Gerlock brakes rears. Why are they so expensive? HQZJWB. Okay, so this is pretty much what we're going to aim for. EH diff brake flange. I'm just sort of trying to get a picture in my mind of what these look like. Okay, so, ooh, this looks good. All right, we're going to go out on a huge limb here. I don't know if any of this is going to work, but you got to bear with me and we're going to hope for the best. So, looking at this pattern, this looks exactly the same as a VS Commodore, looks exactly the same as an R31 Skyline, looks exactly the same as some Falcon I can't remember, looks exactly the same as this one here. This actually looks the same as a VS Commodore as well, like identical. I'm going to assume that the Commodore axle flange has not changed in quite a few years, and as a result these are going to have a cable handbrake that will act on this mechanism and apply the drum handbrake, and then they'll have this bracket here with these two holes that will bolt this caliper directly onto this backing plate. So as a result, the only part of the car that will attach it to the only part of the brake assembly on the rear that will attach to the axle are these 4 bolt holes here, and they look identical from the VS Commodore to, in this instance, HZQJXMWB, all the way back to these EH ones that look like they've got the same profile. Now you can see that they're not even holes, so you've got 2 wide ones and 2 narrow ones, and then this bit here is the top of the this is where the pit, God, I've been streaming for too long, 4 hours now, my brain's fried. This is the top, this is where the wheel cylinder bolts to. So if we go back to these ones, the top should be away from the adjuster. Gosh, I can't remember. I feel like this end up here is the top. No, that's the adjuster. So this end up here should be the top. But then that doesn't really make sense. What else we got going on here? Give me some more pictures. Okay, so the adjuster should be at the bottom. So yeah, okay, yep. So looking at this picture, you can see this whole thing is upside down. So the adjuster is at the top right now, and the handbrake cable pull section is at the bottom. Gosh, I can't remember. It's been so long since I've done VS brakes. Okay, that looks like it's up the correct way. So the wide part is at the top. So now if we go back to our EH ones, the wide part is at the top. Okay, cool. Oops. All right, I'm going to roll with that. I'm going to say that we can fit anything. Okay, so it's $1,000. That's really expensive. So I'm going to assume that we can fit VS brakes to the rear. Bold assumption, I know, but we're going to roll with it. And if it doesn't work, you will hear about it in the build series. So you'll need to subscribe to Fury Garage Academy to see how that pans out. So we're going to look for VS Commodore rear brakes. And that wasn't what I wanted at all. I want to go with this, and I want to go here, and thank you, Max. Get out of that. Oh, hello, iSpider Garage from Arizona. How you doing, bud? Glad of you to join us. Oh, I didn't want to press that button. I wanted to go back. I've not been to Mesa, Arizona. I think I've driven through nearby Arizona. It's been a while. It's 2014. All right, we want VS Commodore brakes. Also, if you're still on there, iSpider Garage, if you're still on here, I'm currently running through how I do research for my car builds. It is quite an extensive process, but it goes hand in hand with my newly released education platform called Fury Garage Academy, where you can go through and see the process that I go through whenever I do my crazy builds. So hopefully you enjoy where we're up to. This is the final stages of the pricing aspect. Right now we're trying to figure out what brakes are going to work that are cheap, that will allow us to get discs on the rear of a 1964 Holden from Australia. And I think my solution is to get brakes off of one of these, which is called a VSVR Commodore, which was made in 1996, and shove it onto an old diff from 1964, and I think it will work. So we've got a lot of fingers crossed on this one, but we'll get to it. So thanks for joining us, and I appreciate the comment, mate. All right, this guy's wrecking it. What has he got? Most parts available, blah, 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 blah. All right. So I would expect to pay about $400 for a diff, which I would imagine you would have to buy the whole diff. Here we go. Diff and rear assembly. There you go, $550. I wasn't too far off. So people usually sell whole diffs, and look at this. It's got the calipers, it's got the backing plate, it's got the lines, got everything. And the handbrake cable, great. So what you could do is to buy this diff for, you could lowball them. You start at 700, so you probably maybe get 500 out for it. Buy the diff, pull the bits off you want. You can sell the arms separately potentially, and I know that RB Factory, to make the arms sell better. So if we go to RB Factory, this is getting a bit down the rabbit hole, but just hang on to it. So RB Factory sells gussets for VS Commodore diffs. So if we go into this one, here we go. Holden dimple rear lower trailing arm gussets, $30. So you buy this diff for say $550, and then you buy $30 worth of gussets. You learn how to weld them into these, and then you can sell these arms for more. So you probably, instead of $100, you sell them for $250 or something to some Commodore idiot who's like, yeah, I want to do skids. Great, here, have some reinforced arms. So then you're making a little bit of money back on the cost of this diff. So then you rip your brakes off so that you can put them on your EH. That's awesome. And then you've just got the diff left behind. Now you can buy a VS Commodore mini spool. They are $80, I believe, 80 or 90. Where's the price? $85. Buy one of those for $85, slap it in the diff, and then before you know it, you're able to sell the diff for $500 anyway. So you've got free brakes out of it. You've sold your lower control arms that you only gusseted for $30, and you've sold the diff for another $500 to $600 because it's been mini spooled. So you've made back the money. So you get a free set of brakes out of this. Now I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to go find a free set of brakes somewhere else because I've got that ability. But just to give you an idea, just because someone charges you X amount of dollars for a part doesn't mean that you actually have to pay that for that part. There's so many different ways that you can creatively, not necessarily reinvent the part, but even just down to cleaning and painting it. It looks more appealing. People are willing to pay money for something that looks better. Even just replacing the bushes. Like, what's a set of VS Commodore bushes worth? So it's all these little tricks that really, really push your, here we go, lower arms, that can really push your build to the next level because $150, damn, that's expensive. I thought they would have been cheaper. Right, these guys. You can really push the envelope of what you can achieve. $50, that's better. So you spend 30 on some welding gussets, 50 on some bushes, and bam, you can sell them for maybe $300 just for the arms. So it's just trying to be creative. So let's say that these brakes are $200 because that's what I feel like paying for them right now. So the rears are $200. All right, great. So that's our front brakes, our rear brakes, our adapter for the fronts, disc calipers, pads, the lot. And we're going to assume that our rears come with pads, so that's great. All right, so the adapter for dual circuit master. So this one was for sale already. So if we just go to EH brakes, not EJ, nobody likes EJs, brakes. This one. All right, so that's $300, say. So this will allow us to adapt the factory EH firewall to a dual circuit master cylinder so that we can run disc brakes without having to worry about crashing and dying. So was that $300? Great. All right, now this is the bit that I'm still not 100% sure about. So I need to go and talk to some more experts in the field. So that's going to be ringing up people that I've known for years about cars, or going to workshops in town that I know they specialize in these sorts of cars, or even jumping onto, you saw the Facebook group up before with the EHs, going onto those Facebook groups and starting to talk about it. Say, hey, I'm building this car. This is the sort of brake setup I'm thinking of running. Can anyone give me some ideas, some pointers? What the hell is a VH40? All this sort of crap. So that's the way to go about figuring out if your system's going to work. And then, like we talked about as well, you can take it to an engineer and speak to them and say, hey, I want to build this car and register it. Is this braking setup going to be adequate? Would you engineer that for me? And they'll either say yes or no, and then potentially give me some advice after that. All right, so that was $300. And then the dual circuit master, which if we look at this, it will tell us which one we need to buy, hopefully. Select transmission type. Huh? That's interesting. What does the transmission have to do with this? Manual. Don't know what that did. Anyway. Dual circuit brake master cylinder for fitting HQJZX master cylinder. Okay, so now we need to do some more research. So HZ master cylinder. If you're wondering what HZWB, all that sort of stuff means, these are all just the I guess terminology that Holden used to denote its different model generations. So HQ and J basically look the same, they're just slightly different, and Q's earlier, J's later, I believe. And then it goes X and Z, they basically look the same but are slightly different, but they're all off the same H platform. And then you go all the way up to the WB, which is like the last of the Kingswoods, and they were the most recent ones. So it goes Q, J, X, Z, WB. And yeah, so the further down the years you get, so the WBs all the way into the 80s, they would have had much more, you know, the brakes, most of them would have been disc brake by then, as opposed to the HQ where only some of them were disc brakes. So if there's more of them made that would like that, you got a better chance of finding those parts. So when I search for HZ master cylinder, I'm looking for one that had disc brake front and rear potentially, because that's what I'm putting on my car. So I need to make sure that the the master cylinder that I get, the dual circuit master, isn't, you know, like a drum rear and disc front, because then if I've got disc rear, it won't work properly. So I have to find one that's dual disc circuit. So this one kind of looks like a dual disc circuit one, but I have no idea what the hell this fits, because we've done this before with Repco and they say, yeah, OEM fitment, it's great, don't worry about it, leak proof, and it's awesome. But it's like, what the frick does it fit? I don't have your part list, you jobbers. Anyway, that's front and rear circuit, so that's an option, right? And it's got the 2-bolt flange. I don't want to let you know where I live, Repco. So we don't have that up anymore either, do we? So let's keep looking. Rare spares, product for HZ. Okay, so this looks like it might have some more information. Rare spares are usually pretty good. So LC, FJ. Okay, so here we go. See, it says drum, and this one says disc drum. So these look identical, and it may just be the photo, and the part numbers are almost identical, but one of them is for drum front, drum rear. The other one is for disc front, drum rear. So we want to look for something like this. Aha, HZ, UC, disc. Okay, so brake master cylinder, HZ is the model that the cylinder fits, and then I believe UC is the Tirana model that discs have come off. Now let's read into it more. So UC, Tirana's different. Kingswood is like the big body sedans, and then Tirana's like the smaller version of that. So it's all like racing and crap, I don't know. But what does it fit? Oh, okay, so it fits a HZ and a UC Tirana. Okay, so they must have had the same capacity braking system. So this is likely what we want to run on our EH. So it's got the 2-bolt thingy there, see, 1, 2, and the push rod through the middle. It's all nice, looks good. $215. HZ, oh, bang on. This is exactly what we want. It's all falling into place. $215. Thank you very much. Okay, now, last but not least, the VH40. Okay. So we need to go back to this EH brakes. Oh, I don't want that. EH brakes. We need to go back to this thing and figure out exactly what it is. So it's a real shame that I don't have any photos of it fitting anywhere. Does anyone have any questions at the bottom or something? No? Okay. Features, there we go. All right, it tells me nothing. Specifications, that also tells me nothing. And there's no reviews. Great. Let's have a look at just Googling this and seeing what comes up. Ooh, other people make them. God, that's expensive. Why is that different? eBay. What do they reckon? $335. God, why is everyone else so expensive? Dual circuit for kit. EJ. All right, let's see what that one says. My shopping. I've never even heard of that. Wow, this looks weird. Well, I mean, they've got a lot of stuff. They're all for Chrysers, though. All right, we're not going to play with that. Okay, this is an old forum by the look of it. This might tell us more. So anything pre-HR is going to have the same problem that we're having with the EHs. So these guys with their FBEK Holdens, they are likely going to have the exact same problem, and they're going to want to upgrade to their upgrade their drum brakes to disc as well. So dual circuit master. Will any other Holden Dual master circuit for drums bolt up to my existing firewall mount. Not sure if they're direct bolt up. The Gemini booster is pretty common, small enough diameter to clear the bonnet hinges. Ooh, which can foul in larger booster combinations. The early Gemini boosters are used, which covers horizontal bolt pattern. Later Geminis use an angular mount. The booster is mated up to a whatever master, a Ford master. So in Australia, Holden and Ford people don't like each other for some reason. So when this guy talks about the booster is mated up to an XA, B, or C, so XA, XB, XC, that's a type of Ford. We can quickly look it up. XB Ford. There you go. So they're a pretty mean looking thing. People liked them. But back in the day, these guys were out there racing against, God, what year are these? 74. So that would have been the HQ Holden. So HQ Holden. What is happening? All right, what have I done? How am I typing backwards? Oh my God. There we go. Ah, they were racing against these, right? A Monaro. Well, actually, that's not a Monaro. It just looks like one. Anyway, so they're out there. HQ vs XB. Bathurst. We're going down a rabbit hole here, but you got to appreciate it. Look at this sort of stuff. Okay, they were racing VB Commodores. But anyway, super awesome stuff, you know, out there racing the Tiranas and things like that. So when this guy's talking about use a Gemini booster, Gemini's a Holden, and then the booster is mated up to a XABC, whatever, and then he's put swear words here because the word Ford is considered a swear word in the Holden world. Hilarious. Anyway, dual circuit PBR part number. The master cylinder push rod has to be extended slightly so that it protrudes 1.5 mil from the booster face. Blah, 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 blah. Here's some photos of my setup. Wow. Wonder if he's actually got photos still. Wow, look at that thing. Excuse the photo bucket garbage. Okay, so they look like VL turbo brakes. Ah, I see. And then he does have his thing there. So that could actually fit. Now, the drama with that is on EHs, we have to worry about our EH firewall. We have to worry about the here. So this is your brake master cylinder on an EH typically, right? So you can see the bonnet hinges on the left. You got the brakes right in the center, and then just here on the right, this one that's blocked off looks very similar to the EH one. That is your clutch master cylinder hole. So if we go throw on a massive brake booster on here, like this dude did, where's his sick build? See here? So that covers not only from this bonnet brace, but almost over to the side of the engine. So that's huge. That would come like all the way over here, maybe even further. And I don't think there's enough room to the left to fit the booster. Now, that is unless... Why do I keep closing this freaking page? EH brakes. Unless we look at this, because this gives us no information at all. Surely it doesn't offset it. That doesn't make any sense. I would expect that these holes are the ones that you put a bolt into the firewall here. Yeah, okay, I see what happens. So this is the bolt holes. Oh God, this is like upside down. So these two bolts here, the top and the bottom one on the brakes, they match these holes here on this plate, right? Now, these two threaded holes that are opposite to these two non-threaded holes are where the booster, sorry, not the booster, the brake master cylinder will bolt to. So when we go and buy a HZ master, we will get one of these that will have these two holes here, 1, 2, and that will bolt directly into these two holes here. So now we've got this plate bolted to the firewall on this mount here, and then we'll have this master cylinder with these two holes bolted to these threaded holes, right? It's all coming together. Everyone's making sense. We're keeping up. Good, good. Now we've got two extra holes here that aren't threaded. Where do they go? Looks to me like they probably bolt on here. And what's worse is that this hole will be for your clutch master cylinder. That will bolt onto here. So I feel like there might need to be some modification because I can't really see how you would bolt not directly in line and then expect the push rod to come out at a different spot. I'm not really sure, but anyway, that's how that works. That works well in my head. So we get rid of that, get rid of that. Then we look at this dude's thing, and that's not going to work because we'd have to bolt a whole booster on, which we're not going to do. So forget that. So then we come back to our, where is it? Nope. This one. Our VH40. Right. So we need to put a booster on the front and potentially the rear brakes. Now, I don't know enough about brakes yet, especially these ones, to know if we need to have the rears boosted. I feel like we may, but we're going to just assume that we don't right now. So if we go EH Holden VH40, you will be able to see what it is we're aiming for. If it shows it installed. Okay, here we go. Okay, that doesn't show anything. No, this one, that one's better. Okay. So we've got, come on, give me some crisper images. This one. Hey, all right. So I know it's a bad photo, but on the left up here, you can see we've got the brake master and the clutch master. And then the brake master comes out of this output port, follows along, and then goes into this big vacuum assisted booster. Then it goes through the master cylinder of the vacuum assisted booster and pops out of the, pops out of this end and goes down here to a distribution block to the front wheels. So this is how the braking system is going to run. So we've got our master that is not boosted, goes down to our VH40 booster setup that then boosts the braking pressure down to our front wheels. So we've got boosted fronts for one with a VH40. And then the rears are potentially non-boosted, but I suspect that they will come straight out of the existing EH master to go to the non-boosted bottom. Oh, look at that, much neater picture. So you can see the inlet and then the outlet here. So what does this all mean? It means that we need to buy one of these friggin' things. So VH44 is for drums, but we want a VH40 for discs. So how much are they? eBay. Ah, it's a bracket. I don't care about that. I want to buy a VH40. $317. What a jip. Now, I still also don't know if we need two or just one, because we've got to work out if the rears need to be boosted or not. Let's go back to our EH brakes and have a quick squizizzle at our Holden Club of Victoria information. So HQ, okay, where are we? Okay, a few options, totally stock HR, Tiranas, whatever. Where does it say VH40? Whenever a car is converted to a disc brake front end, you will need to fit a brake booster to suit. The VH40 unit is the most common. They are now 300 Rico 100. You have access to a special, okay, don't care, make it yourself. Alternatively, you can make up templates, bit of wire strap, okay, don't care. It's a good idea if you can to convert your vehicle to tandem brake master cylinders. These kits are available from so-and-so. You can buy this one. It also allows you to run the HQ Pro. Okay, remember anything logic. None of that helps. Okay, this is not helping. So we need to go, do you need boosted brake calipers? That's probably not. Should you use power boosted or manual brakes? Okay, so let's have a bit of a read. Manual brakes. Because you need to be more precise in racing, every datum of feedback can help faster many drivers. For this reason, many drivers prefer non-assisted brakes because they are easier to modulate and threshold brake at the edge of lockup. Getting the pedal ratio master cylinder is crucial for non-boosted brake systems to work well and not fatigue your leg in hard driving. It is impossible to give a hard number that works for every vehicle, but you want a pedal ratio of 6:1. The size of the master cylinder and piston is even harder to pinpoint, but typically it should be less than 1 inch. Researching the size of the factory unit with unboosted manual brakes is a good place to start. Vacuum boosters. Figuring out how much distance to get with a vacuum booster is simple maths, or whatever, I don't care. To get that number, Hydro Boost, conclusion. There is a reason automakers will stick with vacuum assisted power brakes. Okay, that's not helpful. How to go about upgrading your brakes. All right, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to need to do a lot of research to work out the theory behind if calipers must have boosters to brake effectively. If they don't, then we're going to run the VS disc rear with drum handbrake and just run the H, X or Z master cylinder like we found. And then we'll run the boosted fronts with the VH40 booster. That will allow us to have boosted front brakes. It'll allow us to have four-wheel discs, and it will allow us to have a cable handbrake and dual circuit brakes. So we've got as many safety features as possible with redundancies on each system. Outside of this, the only thing I can think of that we'd need to pay attention to is going to be like pad compounds to make sure they got good bite in the cold, because we're going to be driving to Tasmania, and also having braided brake lines so that there's good pedal feel, so we're not fading anything. Same with the brakes, so they're not fading. Obviously, with the discs that we were paying attention to before, they were those discs were vented and slotted and everything, so that's great. Other than that, I think the brakes are pretty much done, so we don't have to go too crazy on them. But you could, what have I done? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out. I moved something and now it's gone crazy. Okay, there we go. So I'm just trying to, we're basically at the point where we know VH40. Okay, we will work out how much that is. That's the last thing. It's $320, done. 320. All right. Now let's. Oh, we don't want that one. We want this one. Let's have a look how much VH40 is, because that one was brand new for $320, so surely we can get them cheaper than that. VH40, but they are an old thing, so there may not be many left. PBR booster, ooh, VH40 or 40, $500, my goodness. So remember, the 44 is for the drum brakes, not the disc brakes. And it looks like everything else is Volvos. Ooh, $120. Last one. Last one sold for reconditioning as a core exchange. Interesting. So I guess we could take a core to this guy. $120. But then we'd have to buy a core. So that's expensive. So look, honestly, $320 seems like a pretty good price. So that's sort of what we're going to start at. I'd be comfortable paying that for brakes. I don't think it's a problem. So there you go. All right, back to the build plan. So what do we got? The adapter, the discs, the calipers, the pads, HQ rear something. So this was going to be HQ2 VS rear everything. About $200. Front master adapter, $300. Dual circuit master, $215, and then boosted VH40. And I need to do more research to work out if we need to get some kind of boosted setup for the rears, which I don't know. Okay, I think that's everything. Is it? Blue and white sedan, they're all priced. SU carbs. I think that is everything. All right, let's put it in. Just stand by while I quickly bring up a spreadsheet, because I don't know why I didn't do a spreadsheet in the first place. All right, I'm just going to put it here. Give me that one. Great. Give me this. All right. That one comes over here. Okay. So this is the EH. So this is our EH build. All right, what do we need? Brakes. What else do we need? Actually, no, brakes is not first. Body. Body is first. Brakes. Engine. Trans. Diff. Suspension. Cooling. Wheels. And interior. Okay, so they're all the major bits. Now we need to insert a whole bunch of junk here so we can figure out. Actually, no, body's the last thing we need to insert. Okay, so what we found, for those of you who have just joined us, is we wanted to buy an EH Holden. for a trip down to Tasmania in 2025 and then build that car. So we started by searching for an EH Holden, and we found an absolute cracker, which is this one. So if this wants to load, because it seems to dislike me severely, this thing says it needs a full restoration. And sure, it's not great, but this guy's actually updated his photos, I think. Yeah, it's got a smack in the front here, but he has updated his photos. Wow. So we've been on this stream for a while now, but maybe 2 or 3 hours ago we found this car, and this guy's gone through and updated everything since then. So this was the best option that we could find. It was within our price range. It sort of ticked all our boxes, and we think that it would be a great project to start with. Oh yeah, we get an interior shot. Look at the carpet. Sick. So there were some things that we wanted. Namely, we were reading through. So we wanted it to be a sedan, great. We wanted it to be street/stock look, and we wanted it to be blue and white because we're trying to emulate my old man's car that he had when he was a teenager. Obviously, sedan's pretty important. The blue and white, we can change that, so that's all good. And then we started listing out all the different parts that we wanted to, just like we would if we were doing any other build with Fury Garage Academy. So if you want to do a build yourself, feel free to jump into Fury Garage Academy, and hopefully it'll take you all through it. So make and model. So we needed an EH Holden. Now to try and find these is not easy anymore. Getting anything for under 10 grand is astonishing. So we went through, and there were quite a few cars that were quite expensive, and we found this one. And as you can see, it does need attention. He is right, but as we're flicking through it, it's got a lot of the parts we want. Oh, see, look, there's the extractors. So we were looking for that before, and the photos weren't good enough, and we couldn't see the fully hecked extractors. So where did I put? There. So what do we got here? Triple extractors of some sort. So we just presumed that we were going to buy this one. And it has, there you go, there's the VH40 that we don't need to buy now. So this build sheet, we put a bunch of X's on everything that this car we were purchasing already had. So this is going to mean that we don't have to spend money on certain things. Oh, look, it's got a heater too. Nice. Where's the interior? It must have one of those under-dash heaters. So that's another thing we can tick off the list. This car's great. I actually kind of want to buy this now. Too bad we've already got one. Where's the interior? There it is. So Prem heater. All right. So it's not a Prem console. It's not a Prem heater, but wow, whatever. You could save us $500 if we're in a pinch. It's got the air horns. Got the bucket seats already. Sure, they're not Prem bucket seats, but after seeing that they're $1,300, okay, now we're getting serious. Look at this rust down here. All right, that is not good. I would not recommend buying it based on that alone. Everything else is pretty cool, but if that's what it's like in that door jamb, underneath could be an absolute write-off, which is troublesome. However, all is not lost. What you could do is you could buy this car. 8.5 grand, a lot of money, a lot of work. Oh, it's got a Prem disc brake front end. Are you kidding me? God, this keeps getting better. Where are we? This one. So we pretty much just all of that we don't need. God, so this thing was built right back in the day. Yeah, okay. So the body's the letdown here. That's the biggest hurt. So we'd need to change that up. So what we would do is I would buy that. And then I'll probably buy this. As much as I ragged on this thing to begin with, provided there's no gigantic rot holes and you can just sand off the surface rust and paint it, that's what I'd be buying. And it comes with a bunch of panels, comes with a bunch of parts, comes with a bunch of stuff you could sell. Because he says, needs some doors, guards, chrome, floor pans. All right, whatever. Go away. So it's got a lot of stuff there. So we would just need to buy both cars and swap all the parts across from the good running one into the shitty not running one, and then we get rid of the rusty shell, and we've got a good car that doesn't rust. So there you go. That would be a hell of a lot of work, but that is a pretty reasonable option. Okay. So now everyone who's just jumped on is up to speed with what we're doing, and this is the reason we're going to the All-State Run in Tasmania. Want to build a cool car. We're going to go through and categorize all this to see how much it's going to cost us. So we got to spreadsheet. That's right. And then I wanted to move this one over here so I can read it while I'm working. All right. So the body, 8.5 grand. Plus, say $1,000 for that other piece of shit. I don't know. That guy may want more, may want less. He's put $1 on there, so put 1,000. It's giving us something. All right, brakes. We worked out that discs, calipers, pads, adapter. Actually, I forgot something. Yeah, I did. Let's go cut. Bet you guys didn't think you'd be watching a car stream today and just watching someone do Excel spreadsheet crap. Caliper adapter. This one is a master cylinder adapter. What else we got? Master cylinder, which is off a HJZX whatever, not a Q from what I could remember. And the VH40. Great. Now, what were the prices of all these? So the caliper adapter was $285. The discs were $200. The calipers were $350. The pads were $50. The master cylinder adapter was $300. The dual circuit master was $215. And the VH40 was $320. My goodness. All right. Next is the engine. So we wanted to go with a 186 because my old man always used to talk about running a 186 brought out to a 192. I don't want to build a 192 right now because that's a little expensive and outside the scope of this this build. A lot of effort, a lot of time I don't really have. So we're just going to go with the 186. And we worked out that we could get one for about $400. Now, if we bought that $8,500 car, we would not need to buy this because it would already have it. So that's pretty cool. Then it was triple SUs. Why can't I spell? What's wrong with me? I know, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I'm tired. Carbs for $1,100. Pretty good deal. And then some extractors. So depending on which extractors we went with, we found a pair for $25. A very rusted pair for $25, but they were pacemakers. That was cool. Or a set of 186S extractors that were $500. So I'm just going to put $500 because I think 186S stuff is way cooler and that's what I'd buy. All right, trans is next. So we go delete that one and then insert. All right, so this was a pretty lucky find as well. And this is what I mean by marketplace. You just got to be there to win it. So we found a person in Toowoomba who was selling a 4-speed Toyota box with a drive shaft, a cross member, a shifter, a clutch, a flywheel, a release, and everything, and an adapter to mount to the back of a HQ, which could have had a 186, could have had a 202, could have had anything. We're just going to assume it's a red motor. And it was $300. Couldn't believe it. And everything was $300. Great deal. Only a 4-speed, not a 5, but not the end of the world. Now, the car that we're looking at already has all this stuff. So it was obviously a manual already. So that would have been just fine and dandy running that one. But that's all right. Now we go to diff. Diff and drive shaft. Okay, so the single piece drive shaft, insert. So we go drive shaft. It was $600. That was just me. I've built drive shafts before, as in paid someone else to do them, and they're usually about $600. Could be more, could be less. And then an LSD because you got to do 2-wheeled skids, and that was $500 for the LSD, which goes into this factory EH center, which is not great because it'll probably blow up, but that's okay. All right, suspension. So we want to get a few going on here. All right, what have we got? Front lowered springs, and they were $218, brand new. And then rear leaves. So I want to keep the rears at the factory height or higher, and the fronts at least 30 mil lower to get the raked look my old man used to have. So I can show you the photo of his car from back in the day. There it is. So you see how it was got the old slant look going? That's what he thought was cool. We're trying to emulate his look, so that's what we're going to do. It's probably not the coolest thing on the planet, but it's what we're after. Oh, there's the 186S headers as well that we managed to find. So these are the rear springs for the leaves. We found them for $450, but we may be able to just repack them ourselves or leave them as is or whatever, but they were not cheap. So we'll see. All right. Rear leaves, what's next? Front shocks. They were $160. Some Munro GTs, mate. Just chuck them on. And then some rear shocks. They were $186, which is a little bit serendipitous. Cooling. All right, so we talked about this, and we're like, well, we're going to Tasmania, so we're not going to need a monster amount of cooling, but we at least want to have the stock stuff. So that means stock rad, which should be fine. That's free. And then electric fans. So we went with Craig Davis stuff, and it was a controller and a whatever, and it was $340, which is pretty good for a massive fan. Wheels. So that was a whole interesting thing. We had our first phone a friend moment where I rang my old man to ask him how the hell he built them back in the day, and he's like, yeah, it's a lot of work. I wouldn't bother doing it anymore. Why don't you just find them for sale? So we did. So we managed to find a set of wheels, some deep dish chromies. You can get them at 7 inches wide, which is massive for the old cars. And they are chromies. They are $220 a wheel. So if we go 220 times 4, $880. Not bad. $1,000 or less for wheels is a good deal. All right, interior. This is a long one. So we go Prem seats. We go Prem console. We go Prem heater. I'm excited about this heater. Oh, I'll tell you what. We go 4 gauges. We go radio. We go Nardi. And throttle pedal. Okay, so the Prem seats. They were an eye-watering $1,300. Ooh. And then the console. $600, and that's a cheap one. The heater, $500, also pretty reasonable. $70 for the gauge thing, $200 for the radio, $350 for a Nardi, and $265 for a throttle pedal. So obviously not all of these are required, and for example, $70 for the gauge holder. Maybe I should put that gauge holder. The gauges are significantly more expensive, but these are things that I don't think about when I'm buying the car. So this is more like to get a general overview. You're going to need to, if you want to go into more detail and go, right, I want exactly this gauge and I have to order it from here and it's going to cost this much, then that's what you need to consider. But when it comes to my builds, I look at the gauges and go, right, they're just a necessary thing and I don't pay that much attention to the cost. I really should, but I'm not going to. I wouldn't be surprised if you would spend nearly $600 to $1,000 for a good set of gauges to fill 4 gauge holders. So yeah, you definitely need to consider it, but I'm not going to in this instance because I'm practice. What does it? Do what I say, not what I do. There you go. All right. I think that's brakes, of course. Brakes. Engine brakes. No, we already did that. EH build body. I'm just going to put some spaces in so we can see how much everything costs. Engine, trans, diff, suspension, cooling wheels, brakes. Interior. Where's the delete button? What's wrong with me? Delete. There we go. All right. Okay. Oh, all right, that one is dollars. Let's do a total. Sum of all this, please. That's wrong. That's better. All right. So, all said and done, I would say that a reasonable target, depending on how slick you want to be with your buying things like we're talking about with that diff, where you can buy the diff and sell parts off of it to make money back and so on, and all that sort of stuff, you could probably get the majority of this car together for about 20 grand, which is a lot. And I would argue is sort of outside of the scope of what it is we like to do on Fury Garage Academy. But this build is still a budget build for me, mainly because a lot of the parts that we collected for this build, we did it before COVID. So we bought a running driving car for $5,000 before COVID. We bought a set of triple SUs for like $400 before COVID. We bought Prem seats for like $200 a seat before COVID. So the price of our build is so much cheaper than the price of this tallied up build right now. That being said, I'm still going to have to buy things like this throttle pedal. I don't have that. The Prem heater and the Prem console, I don't have that. The deep dish chromies, I don't have them. The radiator fan, I don't have that. There's a lot of stuff here that I'm still going to have to buy. Now, we are forgetting. This $8,500 comes with a lot of this shit already. So let's go through and do another one. So we go 8,500. Wow, that's not right. 8,500. All this stuff we don't have to worry about because old mate's already done it, right? So he's got HR front end. He's got discs at the front. He's got calipers, pads, master, adapter. So he doesn't need any of that. So it's all zeroed out. Already got a 186. All right, triple SUs. I want to run them. Don't need extractors because he's already got extractors. Trans, already got that. Drive shaft, already got that. LSD, I don't know. So we're going to assume that we need it. Front lowering springs. Let's just drag all this stuff across because it's a safety feature just to keep the car alive. Where's the paste? There we go. Electric fans, yeah, we're going to take them across to deep dish chromies because his ones suck. But like we talked about, you could sell the chromies off, the mags off his car. Prem seats, don't need them. Prem console, I do want it. 500 for the heater. Already got gauges, already got a radio. We're going to put a Nardi on it. We're going to put the throttle pedal on it. Let's see what this tallies out to because I'd be willing to bet it's a lot cheaper than $19,000. And this is where the Fury Garage Academy. Oh, look at that, 14,000. So we just saved $5,000. Just saved $5,000. So, in all honesty, I think that it's definitely doable for 15. I'd still budget for 20 because like we talked about with the gauges, where I don't consider things like that when I do builds because I know I'm going to have to buy them anyway, and I don't need them straight away, so I can save up for them later. So I just sort of, it's a little bit, my brain doesn't like dealing with that stuff sometimes, so it's this works out. But I think that you can see that it's not a cheap build, but it's a good build. And for me, because of the emotional attachment I have to my old boy's, the car that he always talked about when I was a kid, and how awesome this build could be, I'm definitely keen to do it. So if you're keen to continue to watch along with this build as we do it over the year, we're going to be once a month. My cousin and I will catch up at my old man's house, and we're going to start working on this build. So I don't remember if I've got any photos of. I don't think I took any. But the car's parked up. It's ready to go. I had a bit of a squiz in and around the car just on the weekend to work out what parts we've got and what parts we don't have, and it looks like we've got quite a bit of stuff. So stay tuned. After we go on the this year I'll be releasing content in the form of a new build, hopefully by the end of the year for this EH, where we will have all the video footage that we take of the build. We'll have obviously this included in there. You'll be able to follow along with all the parts that we've got, everything we use, the way that we built it from start to finish, and that'll give you a great idea of when you go to do your own classic car, the hurdles you might come into, rusted bolts or things that are missing, or trying to figure out how to actually get stuff together when there's no instructions or no knowledge out there anymore. So we'll get that car all buttoned up and done, and then it'll go on the all-state run like we talked about at the start of the stream down to Tasmania. So I'll be going down with my dad, my uncle, two of my cousins, my mum. I think my auntie's coming as well. I can't remember, but it'll be a family affair. We'll all be rolling down, representing the merch, and we'll head down in hopefully this EH that we're going to build. I guess the Go Fast EH2, because my dad used to call his the Go Fast EH. So feel free to join up with Fury Garage Academy. I better show you guys what it is. So Fury Garage Academy right here. So there's heaps of builds that we've done Unfortunately, I've not listed them all yet because I'm only one person. I've worked 2 jobs, so this is just a side project I'm trying to piece together. But at the moment, if we jump into the homepage, you can see that we've got several sections, and in the build courses, we've got 3 builds already up. So we've got a WRX engine build, which I don't recommend anyone doing. It is a maddening experience and so expensive. Just to get a WRX motor back to stock running condition was $12,000. You could build a whole EH for $15,000. $12,000. Are you kidding me? Anyway, so that's there. I did it, so you don't have to. Got the Supra drift build and the VS Commodore drift build as well. Obviously, I like drifting and street cars, so they were 2 of the ones that I've done most recently. Did both of them during COVID. So you can run through those builds and follow along and hopefully learn a whole bunch and tackle a build of your own or one of these builds and follow along. So I give you rough prices of what I paid and what I did and how I went about it. And then, we've got other sections in here which are super beneficial, I feel. So everything's going to be getting fleshed out more over time. But one of my favorite sections at the moment is discounts. So if you jump into that section, we've got... if you're in Australia, we've got all these different retailers and obviously North America too, where if you click into the section, it will talk through how it is you're able to go to that retailer and get a better price. And it doesn't sound like it matters a whole lot, but in my experience going to Supercheap a lot, I've been able to get up to 50% off some things. So previously, I would go to do a service on a car and a bottle of oil is like $85 and a filter's, 20 or something. I pay less than $85 for the oil and the filter with my discount. Like, it is crazy how cheap you can get stuff. So highly recommend checking out the discount section once you get your Fury Garage Academy membership. And I can almost guarantee that within a week, if you're purchasing stuff for cars regularly, be it fuel, be it groceries, be it parts, be it anything, you will immediately make back the cost of Fury Garage Academy membership, which if you buy the annual subscription is only $5 a month. So I think it's a pretty good deal. And as you can see on the homepage, there's a bunch of other sections, all of which we will be fleshing out further, more and more. The tools section is another great one where it talks through the tools that we recommend you start with and where to find them and how much to pay for them and the reasons that we selected them and what you need to look for when you're selecting your own tools to start with. And then a massive emergency help button. As you can see, this whole process is fraught with danger. You can run into so many pitfalls because there's just so much information that you need to try and digest prior to starting a build and even during a build that it's almost impossible for one person to get their head around on the first try. So if you want to, if you get halfway through your build and you're struggling and you just need some help, we've got an emergency help button. You'll be able to book in a Zoom chat directly with me. It'll be for 2 hours on a Saturday or something. We'll sit down, we'll review where you're at, what you're doing, where you're trying to go with it, and how we can get your build moving in the right direction again. Obviously, I'm not going to come and hold your hand and do it for you, but I'm more than happy to be a sounding board and get you moving forward for a small cost. And lastly, our tips from experts section, that will be expanded upon over time. I've just not had the time and resources to start building that out just yet, but I'm hopeful that in this new year we'll be able to get more and more people on board with the tips from experts section and get more footage recorded and more information up there. So when it comes time for you to, as you can see in this photo, here's Luke restoring a spark plug, because just because they're fouled doesn't mean you have to throw them in the bin. You can still reuse them. It's just got to know the trick, you know what I mean? So there's plenty of that going on. And now if you're watching this stream and you want to watch it back and get the full, because I know it's been 4 hours and 15 minutes of stream, if you wanted to catch all of the stuff that you missed at the start, you can jump into the basics section. And in here, we will have a how to research section, which this stream will be uploaded to. So this will be the only place that you're able to watch this stream once it goes offline. So feel free to grab your Fury Garage Academy membership and jump on here to get all of your automotive knowledge, I guess. Like, I don't claim to be perfect or the genius of the world, but I think I've learned quite a lot in the last 15 years of playing with cars that I think a lot of people miss out on, even, again, just down to the discount section. So many people I talk to go and pay full price at any one of those retailers, and you just don't have to. It's not worth it. And why not have a discount if you can have a discount? So anyway, I guess that brings us to the end of of this stream. So thank you all for attending, even if you stayed for only a short time. I plan to do this stream once a month. Every month we're going to be covering a different build. So while this one was pretty serious when it came to detail, because there's a lot of custom stuff that we needed to figure out in order to get through it, the future ones may not be as extreme and detailed as that, but I think they'll still be interesting for everyone. So if you've got any suggestions or ideas that you'd like to put forward for a build that you'd like to see us flesh out on Fury Garage Academy during the stream, or potentially one that we actually do build ourselves moving forward in the future, which we do have a lot of builds in the pipeline. It's just a matter of time and money. Please put the suggestions forward. There's a contact us page at the end. Feel free to jump in there and send through an email with any suggestions that you'd like to put in, not just for the stream, but also for Fury Garage Academy itself. You know, we've been working hard at this for the last 8 months, and while it's mainly just me putting it together, I try and think of as many things as I can, but I can't always think of everything. So feel free, if you've got any suggestions, to chuck them in there, send them through in an email, and I'm more than happy to respond or even implement the suggestion, because we really appreciate your engagement and support. Other than that, feel free to jump onto our Fury Garage merchandise page, grab yourself a sweet t-shirt or some 3D printed parts for your car if you need them, and I believe we're going to have some new Fury Garage Academy stickers going up on the website soon. Please enjoy what we've tried to put together for you, and we will see you in the next stream, which will be in February sometime, I hope. Now, February is incredibly busy for me, but I will aim to do a stream. Gosh, I actually don't know if I'm going to be able to do a stream in February. It might have to wait till March. I don't have a single free weekend in February. So if there's no stream in February, it's because it'll be in March, but I'm sure all 4 of you will appreciate watching it just in March instead of in February. So thank you again for your time. I hope you have an amazing Saturday, and I will see you next time.